Hey guys, welcome to our home. My wife and I went to a class, what, about 3 weeks ago?
Actually, no, it was a week. It was 4 weeks ago.
4 weeks ago. Oh, that's right, yeah, that's right. 4 weeks ago, we went to a class with Shane and Callie Kerwin, Personal Survival Solutions. It was Armed Citizen Encounters, and it was my 89th class, I think, or 90th, I'm not quite sure. And it was my wife's first, and I'm so proud of her. It was a 2-day class, and it was held at Outpost Armory, which if you've never been to Outpost Armory, do yourself a favor. If you're within a couple hours driving, go down there and enjoy the range. It is truly a world-class range.
Yeah.
Really, really top-notch people. That's our dog. He's upset because his person is not with him. So I wanted to share some insights from the class, but I also wanted, let me put it this way, this being the intro to the video, I wanted y'all to get a view of the class from my wife's standpoint, or viewpoint, so please share with them your thoughts.
And we may get a visitor. So I was super nervous because, you know, Abner's a professional student, I guess you could call yourself.
Yeah.
But I'm...
They know I don't put on the whole menu.
Right. But, you know, 89 classes versus 0 before I started taking this class, or 88, I guess. I was so nervous. I didn't think I would be able to hang with the big dogs. I knew there were going to be a lot of other people there that had a lot of experience, but I was very pleasantly surprised. I fit right in. Everybody was warm and welcoming and thrilled to have a new person in the group. So yeah, it was great. Shane is knowledgeable and
There's
thorough.
knowledgeable and then there's Shane.
True.
Beyond knowledgeable.
And you know, he put me right at ease from the get-go, and taught me some really great strategies to help calm my nerves, which was also great.
Yeah, share one of them.
One of them is just taking in 2 deep breaths. It does wonders to just regulate and calm your nerves. So he had me do that before a lot of the drills, before several of the activities with firearms, because again, I was shooting in front of people who had hours and hours and years of experience on me, and you know, I was nervous. He had given me a little bit of knowledge, but pretty much was a blank slate.
Yeah. And as you guys have seen, there are now 3 videos on the Tier 1 Citizen channel, shooting with my wife, 1, 2, and 3. And so you guys have seen her evolution as she's gotten better and better and better. But still, I knew that being in the class environment was going to kind of push her a little bit. But I also knew that she needed to do this because she has to be competent with this weapon. If she's not, then she can't be carrying it. And as you guys see, for Valentine's Day, I got her a Tier 1 concealed Elite. I forget. I'll have to look it up. But this actually just showed up yesterday. So it's like I said, it's been a month since the class. She was actually operating out of a holster that was made for her by my friend Philip, who, no, sorry, you can't buy from him. Philip is actually a full-time electrician who used to live here in Chattanooga, now lives back home in Oregon to be close to his family, but he makes the best holsters. You guys have seen me with my holster for years. We're on camera. On camera.
Hey.
Cat number 2. So anyway, hi. Thank you, Lola. So anyways, what we wanted to share with you, actually, would you show them how you were shown to acquire your dog? Show them first the way I showed you how to acquire your dog.
Okay. Check to make sure it is empty.
Oh, you don't have to show the camera.
Okay, well, still.
You know, they know I don't fuck. But my wife is making an effort. And go ahead, point in this direction.
Okay. And so Abner taught me to tilt my head to find my dot.
Right, chin, right. She's right-handed.
I'm right-handed, left eye dominant. And Shane taught me to hold it just a slightly off center over my left eye. and I can see the dot clearly.
But it's really cool to watch people teach different ways, which is the key to going to classes. And the other thing is this about Shane that I really find cool. Shane is a former Special Forces operator, yes. But unlike a lot of former Special Forces operators, Shane actually went to training with other instructors to learn the art of teaching. Because it's one thing to show up with a bunch of your buddies and a bunch of air support and a bunch of airships overhead. And it's a whole other thing to be the lone, or as the term is, singleton operator, by yourself in a parking lot late at night, like a couple of months ago when I was trying to find ginger ale for our son who'd gotten sick. And I'm out there at 2 in the morning, and let me tell you what, I was not comfortable. So anyway, she was shown this technique, and the class actually demanded a lot of, well, the nature of the class was very accurate shooting. And so we were targeting not just the head, we were targeting the brainstem. We weren't targeting just the heart, we were targeting the...
Oh, the aortic arch.
Yeah, the top third of the heart. So the heart. We weren't just targeting the heart, we were targeting from here up. And that's a really difficult thing to do at your first class, under duress. Yeah, you can see the smile. With your brain just exploding from all the data. And unlike most other classes that I've been to, the first portion of this class is a bunch of information given to you in PowerPoint. And the beauty of it is, it's not death by PowerPoint. We've done death by PowerPoint, so we know what it looks like. This was not death by PowerPoint.
Yeah, this was a lot of like very good information. I took copious notes that I had gone back and read through and looked at, you know, because a lot of the information I didn't remember, but I wrote it down.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it was a lot.
Yep. And then we got out onto the range, and to get the first shots taken care of, and right out of the gate, she did well. I've done this a lot, and I know what sloppy looks like. This is not sloppy. She did very, very well. From the get-go, Tanya put in the work, and I'm so proud of her. And you guys are going to see, this is an over 4-hour video, so obviously you're going to have to watch it over several days, but I chose not to break this video up like I would normally break up other videos, because I wanted you to understand the contiguous nature of the process of learning the PowerPoint, the range, the PowerPoint, the range, and then progressing to the very final exam, which you guys are going to see is really difficult, mind scrambling. It creates tunnel vision that's so bad. Actually, let's back up a second. The running man. If you want, I'll take that so you can move your hands around.
Okay.
Because I know that she's a hand talker. She's part of Italian. We have that.
When we got to class the second day, the very first thing we did, I kind of was mentally prepared for more class, right? Because we started the day, the first day, the entire first half of the day until lunchtime was classwork. So mentally I was prepared for another day like that, to start the day sitting in a chair, listening to Shane, getting knowledge. Nope. We started in the range. There were a bunch of stationary mannequin kind of things that were set up, humans, you know, supposed to be what?
Yeah, they were
Why
basically.
am I blanking on the words?
They're basically no shoots. As you can
No
see,
shoots, yeah.
As you can see here on the screen, anything that is wearing a ball cap, if I remember correctly.
No. It was anything not in the only one with a ball cap was the bad guy.
Oh, thank you. Yeah.
So there were a bunch of no shoots. There were some posters of people
doing
this. There was someone that was armed, but he had his hands up like this. Anyway, they were all stationary, and then there was one dude in the middle on a pulley system that Shane had designed, and he was moving through all of these no-shoots. And he had a ball cap on, and he was the bad guy. He was the one we were targeting.
And he is standing right behind you.
Shane is,
and he's holding both ropes and these big weights, these plates on one side and on the other, and they have carabiners with line running through. So he's right behind you. He's reading your body language, and he knows what you're doing. So he's preempting where he thinks you're going to go by moving the bad guy in the opposite direction to put him either behind a no-shoot or in front of a no-shoot, and he's constantly jinking him around to force you, to push you. But because Shane is really good at this, he knows how far to push you and then stop.
Right. So, you know, the bad guy that I had was very different from the bad guy that the more experienced students had. Because Shane was, you know, working at their level, which was so amazing that he could, and I'm not going to say, he did not dumb it down,
No,
but
not at all.
it was at my level, right? It was still very challenging for me, but it wasn't impossible for me, as it would have been had he done what he did for Abner and some of the other guys that are far more experienced than I am. But the point was, we have to shoot the bad guy, but not anybody else. And that was really, really hard.
It was ugly.
And not only, you know, because you'll see in the video, I didn't move much, and he's like, you can move your feet, because I was stationary, and I'm like, oh, okay. You know, and when you're moving around, you really shouldn't be muzzling the no-shoots, right? And he talks about how that sometimes isn't possible.
Yeah, and the thing is, you guys have seen me do this on the range, so if you're the person I'm not supposed to be muzzling, I have to do this. And you guys will see me in the video trying, but the reality of it is, and I've done a video on this, it's called you're gonna get muzzled or get over it or something like that. And basically, there are two different schools of thought. There is don't muzzle anyone, blah, 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 you know, the 4 rules of firearm safety. And then once you reach a certain level of training, you enter a world where they say you're gonna muzzle people, so muzzle them as safely as possible. Trigger finger high, I think that's the name of the video. Go find it. And that's why I do this, so that there is no accidental trigger pulling. I am so strict about trigger pulling, I'm not even going to pull this trigger, and I absolutely know that this gun is empty. Why? Because our daughter is right there. And I'm not going to risk zipping around. Just, you don't casually pull triggers, is what I'm getting at. And so, you see me in the video trying. Initially, the beginning stance, the fighting stance is here. That guy starts moving, and I kind of bring it out here, and honestly, I can't even remember what I was doing, but I remember I was like partially doing the pee-pee dance, and I'm trying to get shots on the guy. You see me doing this at this person here. You see me like trying to use my Jedi force, and I'm thinking, this is getting ridiculous. Guess what? That's the reality of the fight. You're not going to be fighting a person who's thinking logically. You're fighting a person who's a chipmunk on acid, and that's really what Shane is trying to show us. The headshot's awesome. Because, right? Yes, your knows where I'm going. Well, the headshot's awesome, but the head is what?
Oh, moving all the time, and it's really hard to hit. It's armored, yeah.
The frontal is the toughest bone in the body. It's been known to absorb rounds. The headshot is wonderful if you can get it.
Right.
But when that person is close and they're moving, we aim for this area because it's very forgiving of misses.
So that was a really interesting intro to day 2, and it was very eye-opening. And I never saw my dot when I was shooting the bad guy. I shot at him. I hit him. I didn't hit where I wanted to hit him, but I hit him.
And because she aimed small, she missed small. So she didn't hit the top third of the heart, but she still hit right here. I mean, guys, whether you're wearing body armor or not, whether you are hitting the top third of the heart or not, you're still severely altering and stopping, not so much permanently, but you're stopping the fight. Please share with them what we learned about how the heart's ability to absorb hits.
Yeah, so if it hits in the lower part of the heart, it does, it's all musculature, and it just is able to absorb hits better. We aim at the aortic arch in the top third of the heart, because if you hit the aorta, you're going to bleed out in seconds. Whereas, the lower part of the heart is a little hardier and can take hits.
Yep. It absorbs damage. Handgun rounds, as you know, don't create the damage that rifle rounds do. Handgun rounds poke holes. Rifle rounds cause cavitation. Shotguns take chunks out of people. Guns are not effective at stopping fights. Let's get into the video, and we'll cover some of this at the back end.
Her present. How you doing
I was
today?
afraid I was going to make the class daylight.
That's okay. That's okay. All right. Well, welcome to Armed Citizens Encounters. We appreciate everybody coming out, especially with all the weather and craziness that's been going on. All right. I'd like to start this out with a couple quotes, okay, to kind of frame what we're doing here. Louis Arbuck, no longer with us, but he said, certainly marksmanship is a vital important aspect of self-preservation, but without competent reflexive gun handling and a tactical mind, all is lost. If you don't hit what you are shooting at, you may or may not get a second chance. But if you don't see your opponent and it is too late, there will definitely not be another opportunity. Okay? And that's going to lead us into what we're doing through this weekend and mindset and awareness. The other thing they said is to train on unrealistic, forgiving stationary targets under utopian conditions is not the answer. In fact, it could very well leave you with a false sense of security. So with that, how do we train most of the time when we go to classes?
With polite targets that don't shoot back.
Yeah, polite targets that don't shoot back. But we're in a controlled environment. We're at a set distance. Everybody's online, and I understand we have to do things, you know, to make sure that people are safe when they're trained. Okay, and we have one-dimensional targets that are up there, and they're all in a line like nice little British soldiers, and we're back there, and that's how we train. And we have to start off with that, you know, initially, so everybody understands mechanics, safety, the principles and concepts that we're trying to get across. Okay, but that doesn't mimic reality. Okay. If we don't have realistic context into what we're doing, we're not going to be prepared when we face somebody on the street. And that's kind of the premise of this whole class, is to get us out of those rangeisms or that flat range where everything is really one-dimensional. Because some of y'all know it. I know from your backgrounds, because you know we're friends. But a gunfight is a dynamic endeavor. They're moving, we're moving. They have a choice. So this is a little bit about me. Okay. I spent 24 years in the Army, 16 of them at 5th Special Forces Group up at Fort Campbell. Towards the end of my career, I was a team sergeant. Prior to that, I was a Special Forces medical sergeant in an 18 Delta. I did that for about 13 years before the Army, for whatever reason, decided to promote me out of it. I'll try and
No, you're fine, you're fine. I wanted to
You know me, I like to move around.
I do know you.
I spent 3 years then as a team sergeant until I retired in 18. Some of the other things that I did, I was a sniper instructor for 7 years. I started out as just a regular cadre. I moved up to senior cadre, and then I was the non-commissioned officer in charge where I ran the whole committee. I got about 11 deployments overall, 7 of them in the global war on terror. 3 of them were all expense-paid trips by you, the taxpayers, for the invasion of Iraq, what ended up being OIF-1, OIF-2, and OIF-3. I'm a member of the Special Forces Chapter 38, which is up in Kentucky Association. I'm also a member of the Special Operations Medical Association. On the armed citizen side, was I was transferring out of the military with some encouragement from some trainers. I started the company. We rebranded about, what, babe, 4 years ago? Something like that. It took the company in a little bit different direction. But I was doing a whole bunch of other things when I first retired. Like we picked up the contract to work with Barrett Firearms to teach the long range stuff. I was working with the risk mitigation company. I was working down at Royal Range USA, being an instructor and then their training manager, and it just got crazy. So most all of that went away except for some contracting stuff that I do on occasion. And we just jumped into the business, and Callie rebranded everything because she's really the heart and soul of the company. She just lets me be up here flapping my gums. And we did that about 4 years ago. So some of the things that we think go into building an individual protective system, first and foremost, is having some level of functional fitness. Okay? It doesn't matter how great we can shoot when we're just standing in a controlled environment on the range and we've got a one-dimensional target there and we can draw, we can keyhole them in there. That's great. But like I said earlier, you know, a gunfight is a dynamic endeavor. Okay, they're going to be moving, we're going to be moving, we're going to have anxiety, we're going to be fearful. Okay, that's going to skyrocket our heart rate. It doesn't do us any good how great we can shoot if we have a heart attack when our adrenaline, cortisol, and 98 other chemicals that dump into our system skyrockets our heart, and you know we have that massive you know core area right there. So some basic level of functional fitness. I like the way that Dave Spalding put it. He's like, if you don't have a level of fitness where you can pick a chair up and throw it through a window and pick your grandkid up and hop over a low wall, or break a window and extricate yourself out of a vehicle that's rolled over in a ditch, you probably need to do something about it. Okay? And the best thing that you can do for yourself is get in a gym or get out and walk or do something and give yourself at least a little level of functional fitness. Okay? Having awareness or detection, because what's the best fight that we can be in?
The one we're in.
Yeah, not one at all, right? Okay? Gunfights, knife fights, fist fights, they're all a fight. They're mean and nasty things. I know some of you have been in them before. Are they fun? I know they're fun for you. Donnie is kind of like Larry Lindemann at ShivWorks. Like when Larry, if you're not familiar with him, Larry's a retired Illinois State Trooper. He works for Craig Douglas's company, ShivWorks. He has his own. When he does like managing unknown contacts and he gets his hands up in this non-threatening position, he gets a little smile on his face and he gets all cowered up like this because he wants people to come and fight him because he likes fighting. Okay? But by and large, most of us, fights are mean, nasty things and they're not really fun. So if we can have awareness of what's going on, understand the situation and context of what's happening, and be somewhere else, that's the best course of action for us. Okay? I don't ever want to have to draw this thing out unless I absolutely have to protect, myself and the people that I care about. Okay? So we're going to talk about spectrum of awareness, problem solving, decision making. Okay? Learning how to manage unknown contacts, like I was just talking with Larry. Getting our hands up in a non-threatening position, but where they're available, where I can access tools if I need to or strike. Being able to have a conversation with somebody and de-escalate the situation is important. Okay? Because again, we don't want to be in that fight, and if we can, de-escalate it and be able to extricate ourselves from that situation, that's ideal for us. Okay? But it's something that's got to be practiced. Okay? I know everybody here has been, had somebody come up to them, whether it's a homeless guy down in Nashville or wherever it is you're from, and you've had to deal with them. But how many of y'all, after the fact, after you walk away, you don't even really remember what you said to them or the whole situation of what happened? Because now all of a sudden somebody's standing there and we have to deal with them. Well, we didn't see them coming up, so our awareness was somewhere else, which, unfortunately, these things are the worst.
Yeah.
Because we're always in them like this and we don't pay attention to the world around us. Okay? And now somebody's there and we don't really have a witty comeback, and we can't formulate it in the moment because now we got a little bit of adrenaline spike. So it's something that needs to be practiced because a lot of times if we can conversate with somebody, we can dissuade them from whatever it is and we can go about our business and they go pick somebody else to mess with. That's where the verbal agility comes in. When we're talking about managing unknown contacts, having a verbal recording so you don't have to come up with something witty in the moment. Okay, something that you've practiced and is established, and it doesn't even matter what it really is. Okay, just something. Okay, a lot of times I'll just put up a hand and I'll say, "No, I can't help you," or I yell at them, and I get Callie making fun of me in Nashville when I yell at some kids that are trying to get money for something. We have to establish our line in the sand. Okay. It's going to be situationally based and it's going to be different for everybody, okay? But you need to think about that at home where you're safe before you strap a gun on and all the other things in your Batman utility belt and walk out the door as an armed citizen. Because if you don't make those decisions, they don't come to us in the street a lot of times. And what I mean by this is drawing your proverbial line in the sand is a lot of us will do this where, hey, if he takes one more step, I'm going to do something. And they take one more step. And you're like, if they take one more step, I'm going to do something. And they take one more step. And this goes on and until before you know it, somebody's in your face and they're in your interpersonal space. And now you really have to deal with them. Maybe you have to go hands-on or it's escalated a lot quicker than you thought. So we really need to establish that line in the sand and say, if they take one more step past that line, I'm going to do something, and we have to have the willingness to do it. Less than lethal options. I talked about Chuck Haggard. Hey, we need to have something between a harsh word and a firearm. Hey, you need to have other tools that's there. Whether it's OC spray, expandable baton, whatever the case may be, we need to have tools because not all situations warrant the gun coming out. And especially here in the state of Tennessee, we don't have a brandishing law. What happens if I draw my gun out and the quote-unquote bad person calls a cop? What is it in the state of Tennessee, Bill?
Aggravated assault.
Ag assault, which is what?
Felony.
It's a felony. Okay. Even if I go, hey Abner, I don't like the way you're looking at me, don't mess with me.
That's right.
And he turns around and walks away and calls the cops, and Nashville Metro comes and arrests me for it. It could be ag assault. It could be a felony. Okay, so we got to have options. Preemptive striking, just a rudimentary level, because again, sometimes our verbal agility doesn't work out. Our hands are up, and we haven't drawn that line in the sand, and now they're on top of us. Maybe it doesn't warrant a firearm yet, but I need to create space and opportunity for me to access another tool. Now, I'm not saying, you got to be the Donnie's level, 47th Grand Ninja Warrior or whatever, okay? But being able to do some strikes to create space, to create opportunity for you to either extricate yourself out of the situation or access the tools to be able to get to them. And then we get into engagement and disengagement, skill at arms, okay, what everybody likes. We're building a protective firearm system, okay? It is not defensive. Okay, in my personal opinion, okay, there's nothing defensive about what we're doing, with the exception of we don't get to choose the time and the place. Okay, unfortunately, we walk around in an initiative deficient state because we don't get to choose that time and the place. But once somebody else chooses it, and for whatever reason, and this other things don't work, and we're in the midst of it, okay, you need to be proactive, you need to be offensive, and you need to take the fight to them and finish it, so you get to go home to the people that care about you. Okay? With that though, we got to do it within the law. We got to do it within the constraints of the law, because we don't want to come out on top of this fight and end up in the penitentiary. Okay? And then lastly, and Donnie, you brought it up so eloquently, but we all like going to shooting classes, right? But treating trauma is just as important, if not more important. Okay? And it's not like super sexy. It's hard to sell those classes. It's hard to get butts in seats. Once we do and we tie it into building this individual protective package, people kind of see that, hey, this goes along hand in hand with firearms. We carry and have firearms not to impose our will on others, but so others can impose their will on us. Ms. Lynn Gibbons said that. Did I get that right?
Yes.
Okay. I think that's a pretty powerful statement. Why do we carry a gun?
Safety?
Safety's one.
Protect those that protect us.
Okay.
Yeah, well, I was gonna say that too.
Okay.
Yeah.
You don't get the answers because I know you know this one. No, you don't get the answer. All right, go ahead, Justin.
Because we might have to use it.
Yeah,
For the same reason I wear it to work, just in case.
just in case. Yeah. Your philosophy should be, I strap a gun on, and when we walk out the door is because I might have to shoot somebody today. It's all those other things that you said, to protect ourselves, protect people we care about, things like that. But when we're talking about mindset, you got to get your mind right. And when you strap that gun on, you have to have the willingness that if the preamble is met, I might have to shoot somebody today. And if you can't say that to yourself, in my opinion, you have no business strapping a firearm on and walking around out in society. Because you got a responsibility to yourselves and the people that you care about to take care of them and to go home at night and to live your life. So it poses the question, why are you training or who are you training for? Okay? These are some things that we need to think about. Why are we strapping that gun on? Why are we getting training? Why are we walking around in society as an armed citizen? Who are we doing it for? And everybody's got their own reasons for it. Okay? But you have to understand, or your understanding and consent are not required for someone to take your life, kill your loved ones, or destroy all that you hold dear. Dr. William April, the late Dr. William April, I wish that guy was still around. That's it. We don't get to choose. We don't get to choose the time and the place when somebody's going to mess with us. We don't get to ignore the fact that there's people out there right now that are training and getting ready to hurt us and take things that we hold dear to us. Okay? We can't stop that. They're going to do what they're going to do. The only thing that we can do is be as prepared as we possibly can be for if that day ever comes. And so with that, we've got to figure out what's our vulnerability, and it's going to be different for everybody. Okay? Where do you go? Who do you hang out with? You know, what do you do from work? Where do you hang out in your off time and that? Okay, what vulnerability level are we at? Okay, and we all got to do a personal assessment on that, or what I call an individual vulnerability assessment. Okay, sometimes we get in situations that we don't have control over, or we're with somebody that we didn't think was a stupid person, and they turn out to be a stupid person.
Hey.
That's excluding present company. Okay. We'll see as we continue through the weekend what category y'all fall in. But we need to do a vulnerability assessment to kind of see where we need to train and prepare for. Okay. And I kind of break it down to 3 rings of assessment. Okay. The first one is what can probably happen. Now on the outside we have things that are plausible. And I know possible and plausible, depending on what dictionary you read, they're kind of interchangeable. Okay, I made the slide presentation, so it's possible and not plausible. On the plausible side, these are the anomalies. Okay, these are things that are way on the outside. Okay, we need to think about it a little bit, but the chances of them happening is probably pretty low. Okay, but we don't want to completely discard them. Okay. So going back to my shooting analogy, if this is where I ideally want to be and I spend most of my time, I spend a little bit of time here, okay, but then I need to spend just a smidgen of time in my non-dominant hand or my support hand. Okay. Nobody likes to do it, okay, but is there a possibility that the gun might end up in my support hand? Yeah, for the same reasons that it might just be in my dominant hand. This hand is injured or it's inhibited or getting somebody out of the way or I'm holding something or whatever the case may be. Okay, I don't spend a lot of time there, but I need to be familiar with it. Moral and ethical decisions. I talked about those earlier. These are something that need to be done when you're in the comfort of your home. Or like for us, you know, we're on 7.5 acres. House sits about 150 yards back. We've got an alarm system, we've got cameras and all that, and we've got 2 killer dogs. We got a 70-pound German Shepherd, Tika, which you know, and she's fierce, isn't she?
She's, yeah, deadly.
And then the real killer, what does she weigh at the vet? 32 pounds. Okay.
She's the real killer.
Yeah, miniature golden doodle named Waffles, which will probably tear your throat out if you come in. So we've got like early warning in that. Okay, when I talk about that line in the sand, okay, people are going to continue to cross it. Okay, what's our willingness? What are we willing to do? And we'll get more into this later, but you need to make those decisions prior to being an armed citizen and walking out in society with a firearm, in my opinion.
You need to be,
I'm sorry?
you need to be intellectually honest with yourself.
Absolutely.
Dunning-Kruger effect.
Yep, Dunning-Kruger. So, I break things down to 5 components of a protective mindset. Okay, or combative perspective, as Gabe Scores would say, and there was actually 4 if you ever read any of Gabe's stuff. A desire for victory, eliminating uncertainty, development of awareness and orientation, and a willingness to act, and lastly, is understanding that you are the apex protector. Okay, a desire for victory. Everybody wants to win, right? Sure we do. Until you're in the thick of it, in the mud, the blood, and the beer, and you're getting your hind end handed to you, and then sometimes that desire for victory kind of goes out the window. Okay, so we need to continue to cultivate that. Okay, do hard things. Sometimes be uncomfortable. Okay? There's a study that's out there about our comfort levels, and one of the things it says is we should kind of at all times be just a little bit uncomfortable, so we can start to get used to it. So we have a basis of understanding or a baseline for that. Because then as we do that and we're a little bit uncomfortable, then it becomes comfortable for us. And we go a little bit farther and we're a little bit uncomfortable, and then that becomes comfortable for us. And before you know it, you know, we can thrive in the chaos, as Hawk will say. I'll just let you read it now that it's up there. Normally I got it where my name doesn't come up till later. That is not a self-imposed statement, or I didn't say that myself, other people have said that. But this is kind of framing what we're doing here. You know, we got to build and develop a mental framework of a protector coupled with analytical processing, controlled aggression, and a willingness to act. Okay? I think that frames exactly what we're trying to do this weekend, and it should be what you're trying to do when you're building your individual protective system. So getting into awareness, okay, and a little bit about vision, and this will come into play out on the range too, because I think, you know, visual processing and reaction times are super important, and we're starting to see more of an influx and understanding of them, and it brought into the training that we're doing, but for a lot of time people didn't even pay any attention to this, and I think it's important, okay? Depending on who you read, anywhere from 70 to 75% of our processing is visual. Even though we've got the other senses and they contribute to it, as we start looking at percentage, they go down significantly after vision. So that's where we primarily take our information. There's 3 types of vision that we use or we should be using with our awareness. Does anybody know what they are? So the first one we got is the foveal cone, okay, and that's where the majority of our seeing and processing goes. So we've got that myopic type of vision, okay, our foveal cone is where we see, you know, colors and shapes and distinction, okay. We've got panoramic vision, which is important for us looking and actually seeing things, okay, when we're out in the world. Okay, we look around all the time, but we don't actually see things. And then on the outer edge, we got the periphery, which sees motion, okay. And this isn't talking about vision with night shooting and that too, because that's a whole other class and another animal, okay. What we should be in most of the time when we're out walking around in the world is we should be in this panoramic vision or this wide open spectrum of awareness, okay, where we're seeing things, we're looking at things, but we're actually seeing things too, and we're processing information. Where people aren't aware, and what the problem is people walk around, well, if their heads aren't stuck in the phone, is they're looking around, because everybody, as I've been watching you, you know, walk around in your day-to-day here, everybody's kind of looking around, but how often do we actually see and process information? And I'll give you a prime example of it. How many people wear watches? Okay, we've got a couple, and everybody else has got phones, right? Okay, but how many of y'all have taken your watch, did that, put your arm down, taken one more step, and then go and looked at your watch again? Because you didn't know what the time was, because you looked, but you didn't actually see and process the information. Okay, same thing with the phone. You know, take it out, you look at it, put it back in your pocket, and you go, oh crap, and you pull your phone back out again. What time is it? Okay, or you read something, but you don't actually see and process that information. Okay, so we need to be able to process information too as we're out there and we're looking around. With this, what are we looking for? Okay. So we need to establish a baseline of normalcy, and that's going to be different for everybody, and it's going to change as we go into different environments. Okay? We're creatures of routines. Are routines good or bad?
Yes.
Yes. It's a good. Why are they both good and bad? Now I'm going to put you on the spot.
Well, they establish good discipline for one, but they can also be predictive of behavior.
Sure. Okay.
It's easier to keep memory.
Yeah.
For me, I always try to put my keys in a certain spot every single time, you know,
Sure.
or at least I have 3 different places, but if it's not there, then I'll tend to have the tendency to forget.
Right. Yeah. And so, you know, a lot of times, I don't get it as much anymore, but when I first started teaching and I was doing this lecture, I'd, you know, pose the same question to people. And of course, everybody's like, oh, they're bad. People can ambush you. And my retort to that is like, who's after you?
Everybody.
Yeah.
You know who I am?
It's a conspiracy theory until it really happens. Okay? But for most of us, okay, now, you know, in my line of work or Donnie's line of work or in law enforcement, there's nobody after us. Okay? Now there are exceptions, don't get me wrong, especially with ladies, you know, stalkers and things like that that can happen. Okay? But for the most part, we don't have people after us. Now, like when Donnie and I were downrange, you know, because of our work and what we did in the unit that we were with, yeah, there was people after us and there was rewards and things like that. But, you know, when we stepped back in the continental United States, that stuff pretty much went away, right? And so, in that aspect, routines are good for us, because for all the reasons that we just talked about. Okay, but what it also does when we have routines is we can look for anomalies that are outside a baseline of normalcy for us. Okay, so we normally drive the same way to work, we drive the same way home, you know, we go the same places, we drive the same way. All these routines are good. Now, how many of y'all have driven somewhere and you get in the parking lot and you don't remember anything between leaving your house and getting to where it was at? Okay, it also falls into that, is it good or bad? Well, yes.
Yes.
Okay. Sometimes we're in our own little world, so we don't have any awareness whatsoever out there. Okay, and that's why we walk out our door, we end up where we're at, and we don't really realize anything. Or because you're a creature of routine, and it's not a bad thing, and you drive the same route, you're actually seeing this stuff, but your subconscious mind is processing the information, and not your conscious brain, so you don't even realize that you went from your house to wherever it was. Okay. But what that does do, once we have that established, that baseline of normalcy, is we know what normal is. So when you're on that route and you're not paying attention, because you've done it so many times, all of a sudden we key into something that's different. Okay? There was a stop sign there that I stopped for all the time, and now all of a sudden the stop sign's gone because of this icy weather. Somebody couldn't stop, and they took out the stop sign. You pay attention to that because it's abnormal. Okay? Where I'm getting with this is, that's what situational awareness is, or spectrum of awareness is. It's not this, oh, I keep my head on a swivel, I sit with my back to the door, you know, I look for exits and stuff. That's all part of it, but those are canned responses that don't really mean anything. You know, when you say, hey, tell me about situational awareness, what is it? Oh, my head's on a swivel at all times. Okay, well, what are you looking for? No, my head's on a swivel all times. Okay, somebody else has told you that, and so you think it's a response. Okay, that covers everything. It doesn't. We have to understand what awareness is. What are we looking for? We're looking for abnormalities that are outside a normal pattern.
Also, it's important to understand whether your routine will actually produce the result that you're expecting.
Yes. Yep.
So routine is just habits.
Yep.
So it's a habit that is going to better you or make you more effective, or you just want to smoke up your own butt.
Yeah. Yep. Great
Because it
point.
looks cool, or I saw it on the ground.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But there's a lot of that out there nowadays.
Yeah, there is.
And so with this too, when you establish that baseline of normalcy, it's going to change as we go into different environments. So you want to establish what's normal for that particular environment as it changes. You know, again, going back to Puerto Rico. Now, granted, it's a U.S. territory, but you've been to Puerto Rico. Some of the others might have been to Puerto Rico too, but is that a third world nation?
Yeah, certain
Kinda,
places.
yeah.
I was born there, and
Kinda.
I'm telling you, there are certain places, when we would get sent back every summer, there are places where if you call the cops, they would show up 3 days later, and I'm not exaggerating.
Oh
at
yeah,
all.
we asked them about it too while we were there, the local people that we were working with. And we're like, hey, every place has got bars on the windows and doors and, gates and all that. We're like, but where we were standing, it was the barrio. I mean, we were in a nice place, but it was the ghetto around it.
Old San Juan is very heavily protected.
Yeah.
You walk around a corner in Old San Juan, there will be a cop standing there, just standing there to make sure you don't get robbed.
Yeah.
But once you leave Old San Juan, you're in real Puerto Rico.
Yep.
So you better be strapped.
There was a law enforcement substation that was right there, and we're like, hey, you know, how's law enforcement? They're like, that's why everybody here has a gun, because law enforcement doesn't respond.
That's right.
You know, we have our baseline of normalcy for where we're at, but if we go into a different environment, we have to reestablish that. Okay, and then we're looking for things that are abnormal. As we're walking around the world, we want to have that, you know, panoramic vision where it's open. It's just kind of a relaxed focus where we're looking at things and we're seeing things and we're processing information until something grabs our attention. And then we go into that foveal cone, that more myopic look, where now I'm getting information. Okay, and it's either possibly a threat or it's benign. If it's benign, I just open back up. If it's a threat, well then I start with my plan of action, or I do whatever needs to be done. Okay? So how can we establish these things? Okay, Cooper's color codes of awareness is one way. Those of you, is everybody familiar with who Jeff Cooper is? Anybody not? Okay. Okay. Colonel Jeff Cooper, old school Marine, started the American Pistol Institute in used to say 77, it's actually 76. You should have got that while you were out there. Okay. Longest established commercial training school that's been there. Gunsight, it's affectionately known as Gunsight. It's still going today. Okay, Maria was there. Was a week after I was there this last year. So when he was in the Marines, and then as he was developing the American Pistol Institute and Gunsight, he was working on awareness, or what a lot of people refer to as him working on awareness, and he developed these color codes. Okay, most people talk about the color codes as actual awareness, and they can be taught like that, but that's not really what Jeff meant at the time. Okay, it was more about what's your action plan going to be when something happens. And along with that, it was an individual psychological understanding of the particular situation and the way that it was actually unfolded. Because here's the thing, folks, is most of us do not have an experiential base in violence. So when we see a situation that's going on, we try and lump it into normalcy bias, something that we know and understand. Okay? And we're not really seeing the situation for what it truly is. Okay? We can see this all the time with all these different, mass shootings that are going on, or active killer, whatever you want to call them. Okay? When they do the post-shooting interviews, especially with school shootings. How many of y'all have ever heard a video or an interview when they're like, hey, what happened, what was going on? Oh my God, it sounded like fireworks were going off, or a car backfired, or it was a popcorn machine. Okay? Well, you can pose the question, it's like, has anybody ever thrown fireworks or firecrackers in the hallway of the school? No. Okay? Is your hallway big enough to drive a car down that it can backfire in the school? Well, no. Do you have a popcorn machine? Did you smell popcorn? No, we don't have a popcorn machine. I didn't smell popcorn. Okay. Well, it was gunfire. Okay. But because they don't have an experiential base in it, they lump it into something that they know. Can that be detrimental to us in a situation? It absolutely can. It can slow down our reaction times, if we ever react at all. Okay. So we have to have an understanding, a psychological understanding of what actually is going on. The way Cooper's color codes work is the first one is condition white, and that's kind of what we talked about when we get in our car, we're not paying any attention, and we end up at the location where we haven't thought about it the entire trip, okay? Because we're in our own little worlds, okay? It's not the subconscious mind taking over because we've done it so many times and it's a good routine, okay? It's because we're not paying attention. These things are notorious for it. We end up out, we're on our phone, I'm thinking about other things, I'm not paying any attention, I run into a sign, okay, condition white. That's not a good place for us to be when we're an armed citizen and we're out in the world, okay? When you're at home on your 7.5 acres with your cameras and your alarm and your 2 killer dogs and everything's locked up in that, I could be in condition white not paying any attention because I have early warning to get ready if something's happening that I can address. Okay? When we're in condition white, we're in our homes, like I said earlier, that's the place where we make those moral and ethical decisions. We think about these different things. Where's our line in the sand? Okay? The next color up on it was condition yellow. Okay, and that's what we should be in as an armed citizen when we walk out our door. Develop a routine, and this is an instance where routines are good, okay, is like for me, when I get up to let the dogs out or whatever, I put my pants on. When my pants go on, my gun goes on if I'm going to go out of the house. I got a safe place in the house. I draw the gun out. I get a good practice draw stroke. I check the chamber to make sure that there's social interactive ammo that's in the chamber and that there's a magazine full of it and it's not range ammo. I put that back in and then I reverse engineer the draw stroke looking it into the holster. So I at least got 2 practices before I walk out into the world, and I've also flipped the mental switch, or I got into what I refer to as my combat bubble, okay, and I tell myself I might have to shoot somebody today. Dr. William April, the late Dr. William April that I talked about earlier with that quote, he told me he actually had a 1-inch pasty that was by his door, and when he walked out, he would touch that pasty and tell himself, I might have to shoot somebody when I walk out of my house. And that got him in the mental framework that he needed to be in, or condition yellow. That's what we should be in when we're out in the world. We could be out in it indefinitely because it's a relaxed awareness, okay, where we're in that wide spectrum of awareness, okay, where I'm looking and actually seeing things and processing information until something grabs my attention. Okay, then we would elevate up to the next one on Cooper's color code, which would be orange. Okay, orange isn't necessarily that a fight's happening or fixing to happen, or for you New Yorkers, getting ready to happen. Okay, we say fixing here in the South. Okay, but I've gone from a wide spectrum of awareness to that more myopic foveal cone where I'm processing information and I want to understand what this situation is. Do I need to address it or not? Okay, I said if it's benign, we open it back up and we go back into panoramic vision. Okay? If it's a threat to me or could potentially be a threat, now I might elevate into condition red. Condition red is either the fight is getting ready to kick off, or it's a potentially bad situation that I need to extricate myself from, or I've been ambushed because I wasn't paying attention and I've gone from white and now I'm in the midst of a fight and now I'm in red. Okay? And we scale up and we scale down on this color codes as we go. Coupled with that is what are our action plans or our plan of action for each level. And it's something that we should determine. Again, we go back to that, hey, where is that proverbial line in the sand? Okay? If it gets to this, I'm going to do this. Okay? There's one more color that's on there. It wasn't originally on Jeff Cooper's color codes. The first person I heard talk about it was Clint Smith talked about it for a little bit, and then Ernest Emerson, the guy that makes Emerson knives, if y'all are familiar. And he talked about condition black. And I've heard it talked about two different ways. One is, everybody here has heard that, well, if something happens, it's like I see red. Everybody's heard that term before? Okay. Well, that's what condition black is that it's unbridled aggression that happens and we don't have control of ourselves. Okay, so we just get lost in the moment the chaos envelopes us, okay, and we don't have any control. That's a sure ticket into a penitentiary. Okay. The other one is we get so overwhelmed with what's going on, and we've elevated so quick through there that we go into condition black, and it's sensory overload, and we just shut down and we capitulate. Okay, another real bad place for us to be. So we don't want to be in condition black. We don't want to be in condition white when we're out in the public as an armed citizen. Okay? If something does kick off, I want you to be redlined in condition red somewhere where it's controlled aggression and you have the ability in the post-fight part to articulate your actions and why you did what you did. Here's just a graphic representation of looking for abnormal things outside that line of normalcy bias. Like I said, I talked about routines, okay, and they bounce, back and forth. So we've got these two lines here, and we kind of bounce back and forth between those two lines. I said we get up pretty much the same time every day. We drive the same routines. Sometimes there's a little bit of change. Maybe we sleep in on the weekend or whatever, so that's why we got an upper and a lower line. But what we're looking for is things that are outside of that. What's abnormal? That's that awareness that we're talking about. So we need to do this 21 feet, 360 degrees, and I like to break it down just for the fact that, it's a big world that's out there, and there's all kinds of people out there. We can't watch all of them. Okay? So if we kind of put it in this sphere of 21 feet, what 21 feet referred to? Tooler drill, right? Okay. We'll talk more on that later when we're on the range, because there's a lot of misconception about that. But it gives us a sphere around us where we can.
Nothing. She bumped the truck on. We're good.
Oh,
Continue.
Did I move too much?
No.
Edit.
I did.
You're fine.
360 degrees. That's where we want to be checking people in that relaxed awareness. We give everybody just a cursory look and see, are they benign or are they potentially a threat? Or do I need to elevate my awareness with them? Another place that we need to be very vigilant is transitional spaces, and just because of the way our lives are, we tend to be in transitional spaces almost all the time. Why are transitional spaces dangerous?
Go ahead.
Because you don't control who comes and who goes.
Okay, why else? Think of the general public and why their transitional spaces are bad.
They're distracted.
Yeah, they're not paying attention. So, most of y'all know this. I love the Walmart. Everything is a training opportunity, but if you want to really go and have some training opportunities, just go to Walmart. Okay? You can manage unknown contacts. You might get into shooting. You can be able to go hands-on people. Walmart's great. Okay? But I pull into the Walmart parking lot. Where do I park? Most people will drive up and down, right? And they try and get as close as they possibly can, even to disrupt everybody else's shopping experience. They're going to wait till that car pulls out because they're one spot closer than the one that's open, down the way. Okay? They get out of their car. Do they ever look around? Nope, they don't. What automatically happens? Phone comes out, they're texting or they're looking at their list, thinking about what they got to get when they go inside. They go inside the store. They get whatever they're going to get. Okay? They got the stuff in their hands. They walk out of the store. What do? They pull their phone out and they start texting like, "Hey, I got the milk, and oh crap, I forgot this," or whatever. And they walk to their cars and they get in their cars, and then they come zooming out. They don't pay attention to anybody else. They almost hit 3 people that are on the little buggies that are out there, and they zoom out and go on to their next thing. Okay, they're not paying attention. Guess who exploits that? Yeah, criminals. Because they know human nature and they know how people are. That's what makes transitional spaces so dangerous, because they know people are going to be distracted and it's easy pickings. Okay. Kane and Wilder, Little Black Book of Violence, define it as fringe areas adjacent to heavily traveled public spaces are where a majority of crimes occur. This includes areas such as parking lots, bathrooms, stairwells, laundry rooms, bathrooms, ATMs, etc., etc. Okay.
Phone booths are no longer.
Yeah, phone booths are no longer, but it's a quote out of the book, so,
Yeah.
and I quoted them. So,
What's that?
What's a phone booth?
yeah, but I'm gonna have to change it. I get a different quote, I guess, for when the newer generation comes. But Akil, as Tom said, do we know when a gunfights happen, when people are accosted, when they end up in incidents? No. I mean, statistically, we know kind of where these things happen and all that. Okay, where does Tom and you, now that you're taking over a lot, where do these things happen for people?
According to Tom, anytime you're outside of, well, anywhere there's people, start out with that.
Yeah, anywhere there's people.
But like you said, in those areas that, where people are moving around and people are distracted, not paying attention, those are the type of places that, where there are typically, and where there's things to steal, things to take, things to, right.
So you got, gas stations, Walmart parking lots, places where we tend to go where they know, where criminals know we're not gonna pay attention. Transitional spaces, because, we go to the gas pump, we start pumping gas, what happens a lot of times? We go inside and we grab a drink or something, and then we come back out. And we're not paying any attention to what's going on. How many of y'all look in the windows in a gas station before you walk in? Because y'all are savvy, okay? And you've heard this lecture before. But most people, and what's on a gas station? All kinds of glass, right? Most of the time we can see in. If we take a second, if we take a second and look in there, maybe we don't interject ourselves into a situation that's already going on. Okay, go ahead.
Several weeks ago, our son was having some kind of a GI thing, and in the middle of the night, I had to go out to find ginger ale. And all the places that we used to expect to be open, COVID changed all that. And I was going from gas station to gas station to gas station to gas station trying to find Canada Dry ginger ale because it's made with real ginger. And let me tell you what, I was puckered up because I was having to go places where I did not want to go. And every window, every gas station I went to, I looked in the window to try to find the clerk first before I stepped foot in.
And this
there.
was what, 2 in the morning, right?
Yeah, it was like 2 o'clock in the morning. Yeah.
Make sure the clerk's not standing there like this.
Exactly.
True. All right, so going back to Tom, okay, there's some questions that Tom said, if I get these right. So when we're talking about awareness, these are things that when you're out in public, you should be asking yourself, who's around me? Do they belong? What are they doing? Do I need to be here? Going back to your story, looking in, is the clerk there? Is there anybody else that's in there? What are they doing? Are their hands up like this? Do I need to be here? Can I go somewhere else to get the ginger ale with ginger in it? Okay. Did I get those right, Akil?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm doing pretty good. Okay. But these are questions that we can ask ourselves, especially as we're going into these different transitional spaces, or just being out in public. Okay? It really comes down to see, understand, know. See abnormalities that are out there, okay? Understand the orientation, in the context of the environment that we're in that particular situation. We've got to understand what it actually is, not lumping it into normalcy bias, and then know what to do. What's our plan of action if something happens? If they cross that proverbial line in the sand, okay, and they take that step, what am I going to do? And y'all, this isn't, every time if they cross that line, I'm going to draw my gun out and shoot them, because that might not be the case. okay, they step, across that line, and maybe I've asked them, hey, do you mind giving me some space? And they take a step, and more forcefully now I tell them, hey, back up. Okay? Or I tell them, hey, back up, and they keep coming, and they take another step, and I have my Palm OC spray in my hand, and I give them a little bit of taste, and I step offline. Okay? So we've got to be really careful, and I'm going to say it several times this weekend, is just because we carry a gun doesn't mean everything is going to be a shooting solution. Sometimes a preamble is even met where lethal force is authorized. When the gun comes out, maybe it dissuades them, and they decide, hey, I don't want to play anymore. We got to have the ability to stop. It's like the old adage, just because I have a hammer, not everything is a nail. So I leave this one up there because I think the saying is profound, and I said it earlier. Is one of the things that we have to understand, and it goes back to why do we carry a gun? Because I might have to shoot somebody. There is someone or multiple people right now training, practicing, and getting ready to do harm to you or the people you care about. Okay? They don't know that it's you, okay, but they're getting ready. And it could be you, or it could be somebody that you care about. Okay? What are you doing to be prepared? Okay? We can't stick our head in the sand and hope it doesn't happen. We can't say that, hey, I'm a really good person, so why would anybody ever want to hurt me? Okay? There's people out there that want to hurt you, and we're going to break it down here shortly. We got to be prepared for that. Before we do that, getting into the decision-making process. Okay? Colonel John Boyd, back in the 50s, he would train fighter pilots how to be better fighter pilots. And he put together a way to speed up the decision-making process and disrupt someone else's decision-making process. And he termed it the OODA loop. Okay? It is. What?
Sorry, I cringe every time someone says that because it's OODA loop. But
Whatever. Once again, when it goes back to
ask your friend Claude Warner.
That's it. It'll be Claude
Just
Warner.
saying.
me and Claude Warner, I'll fight that old man. I don't care. Edit. Punch Claude right in his nose. Edit. I love
Seriously,
Claude.
you want that out? No, it's staying in.
I've known Claude a long time. Okay, OODA loop. Okay. Again, my class, I'm going to call it what I want.
Right. And by the way, if you've not read the book, boy, do yourself a favor and absorb that book. Listen to it on Audible.
Yeah.
It is such a phenomenal book because he's actually, the guy that wrote it with him.
Yeah. And it's the only book that was actually he participated
Correct.
in. Because that's the thing about Boyd. There's all kinds of books that are written about the OODA loop.
And OODA is so deeply misunderstood.
Yeah. But he never wrote any books except with the collaborative one with him. And he was a horrible note taker.
Yes, he was.
And so people have taken these notes and they've, excuse my language, have bastardized the OODA loop like crazy. It's very misunderstood. It's very misunderstood. And it's not a loop. It is taught as a loop, but it's not a loop. Because as we get information, we bounce back and forth between these different phases that are in here. So the first one is observe. Okay? The second one is orient. Okay? And this is where the confusion starts. Okay? Because we observe something, or something grabs our attention, and then we turn so we can get it into that foveal cone and we can process that information. People think that that's the orient part of it. That's not what it is. Yes, we orient our body so we can get whatever we're looking at in the foveal cone, but what orient means is understanding the situation for what it actually is, not lumping it into normalcy bias like I was talking about before. So we have to have an experiential base for this particular subject in violence so we can understand that actual situation. Whether we've been involved in violence or we do training, practice, and research on what violent encounters really are. Okay? Then we make a decision, we decide, and then we act on it. Okay? What Boyd was teaching his fighter pilots was, number one, that all of us go through this decision-making process. And I just refer to it as the decision-making process. Okay? You all have gone through it hundreds of times already today. You just didn't realize that you were doing it. Okay? But if we could understand that decision-making process and how it broke down, we could disrupt it in other people, which works to the advantages of fighter pilots, but it also works to our advantage as an armed citizen. Because, like I said, we don't get to choose the time and the place when something happens, right? Okay? As Craig Douglas says, we walk around in an initiative deficient state. Okay? I'm paraphrasing. He says it a little bit different. Okay? Because we don't get to choose that time and the place. So, we're the bad guys in this decision-making process or loop. When they decide that today is the day that Donnie is going to give me all his money.
You just said it.
Yeah.
They're actually between decide and act.
They're in decide and act. So if we understand that process, and if we can do something to disrupt that, or get inside his loop, as a lot of people will say, disrupt that decision-making process, it works to our advantage, right? It creates opportunities for us to do something, okay? So then going back to Donnie, I'm thinking, okay, I'm gonna get paid today, because Donnie just looks like he's a little guy, I'm gonna take him, probably. And all of a sudden, he does like 3 or 4 side steps, and the gun comes out, okay? Am I screwed up in this process now? Because I thought that I was getting paid, and now all of a sudden he's over here. Okay? So if we understand that decision-making process that all of us go through, we can use it to our advantage when we are walking around in that initiative deficient state, and we don't get to choose the time and the place. Does that make sense? Okay. So how can we speed up the process? Okay? And how can we get rid of a freeze response or minimize a freeze response? Do we all have a freeze response? Yeah, absolutely. Every single one of us does. The most high-speed Delta Force SEAL Team 6, Donnie Bowling combatants, black belt, we're all susceptible to freezing. Okay? Why is that?
Legalities.
Goes way back even farther than that. Who said?
Human nature.
Human nature. Okay, go ahead, Joe.
I was just going to echo that.
Echo that one? Okay. So think about it. When we were cavemen and cavewomen way back in the day, right? Okay? And the T-Rex is running around. How's the T-Rex see things?
They move.
Yes. They move, right? Or things they move, right? Because of peripheral vision.
So they told us on Jurassic Park.
Yeah, so they tell us that peripheral vision, right? And they got really short arms. Okay, but peripheral vision. So what was the natural protective mechanism for cavemen and cavewomen back in the day when the T-Rex came after them?
Stand still.
Stand still, right? We freeze because that meant life for them. Okay, well guess what happens, thank you. Guess what happens as we evolve? Those things get ingrained in our DNA. Okay, well it's still there. So we all have a freeze response, especially if we get startled. Okay. But what we want to do is we want to minimize that and speed up our decision-making process so we can actually act. Okay? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So some of the ways that we can do this is through realistic training. It establishes a baseline of understanding of how violent encounters actually happen. So if we are in a situation like that, it might not be exactly the way that we did in training, but if we have some familiarity with it, then I can speed up that decision-making process going, oh, okay, I've thought about this before, I've been in this position, this is a little bit different, but now I can act, and I don't get stuck in the orientation phase of the decision-making process. Pre-made decisions, when we're in our house locked up and we're in condition white and we're thinking about moral and ethical decisions and we've made them, okay, we can start thinking about ourselves in these situations. Because like I posed a question to Akil, is we know actually a lot about armed encounters between bad people and armed citizens. We know when they're going to happen, where they're happen. We know that they can happen at any time, but then once they go down, we know that, pretty much how they work, right? They can happen in certain places, parking lots, transitional spaces, the places that we go. Okay, it doesn't really matter because they can happen at any time. But when guns come out, they're normally over in about 3 to 5 seconds. Okay, there's anywhere from 5 to 8 shots, and the distance is anywhere from up close contact to about 7 yards, or maybe a little bit more, about a car path. And Joe, you can correct me if I'm wrong on this. Sociopath, psychopath have come in and out of favor for their usage. Now I believe everything is under the term antisocial personality disorder. They kind of lump both of these in there. But these are the definitions that I found. Sociopath refers to a pattern of antisocial behavior and attitudes, including manipulation, deceit, aggression. Okay, going back to remember the homeless people that are trying to use a ruse, and a lack of empathy for others. Sociopaths are interested only in their personal needs and desire without concern for the effects of their behaviors on others. Going to a psychopath. Psychopath is a mentally unstable person characterized by egocentric and antisocial behavior, a lack of remorse for one's actions, and an absence of empathy for others. Noticing a theme?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yeah, they're basically all the same. The big thing about them is they don't have empathy. That's just the part they don't have. They view others as human cardboard cutouts that they will just bulldoze and cut their way through.
But there are still levels within that, like the sociopath or the psychopath.
There are sociopath and psychopath, I believe, are not clinically valid terms.
Okay.
But within antisocial, there is a range of destructiveness.
Gotcha. Okay. Okay.
Makes sense.
That makes sense.
Yeah, because it bounces back and forth. Yeah, and so it's good to have Joe here because he's actually trained in that. I'm just the layman regurgitating. So, you know, at the bottom of antisocial personality disorder, impulsive and aggressive behavior. But notice a theme, you know, on all three of them, and that's why I underlined them. Can these be a worst case scenario for us? Yeah, they can. Should we train to deal with this so everybody else is relatively easy?
Yeah.
Easy, like I said, in a relative sense. All right, so most people have a preconceived notion of who we're going to deal with on the street, okay? And most of us think it looks something like this, okay? Would people agree with that? And when you think about, hey, who you're going to deal with, it's somebody that's probably come out of prison, bad haircut, a bunch of tattoos. And it may or may not be the person that you have to deal with, okay? But what if it's something like this?
The heifer's gonna go down.
Yeah. What if it's that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that would psychologically mess with a lot of people.
Yep.
But it's that mindset you talked about, of whoever you said, touching the dock before you walk out the door.
Yep,
Yep,
absolutely.
that's why it's so important, and that's one of the main reasons why I continue to do this lecture and continue to update it and hopefully make it better all the time, because we have to have a good mindset, because we don't know who we're going to face out there. We have no idea who we're going to face out there. And I've had people, and it was just happened to be a woman, that after I did the lecture years ago, she was like, hey, if it's a 10-year-old kid, I don't think I could do it.
Yeah.
And what I told her is, I was like, you have to make that decision. I can't make it for you. And it goes back to that line in the sand of those moral and ethical decisions.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I can't make it for you, but I said, let's put this into perspective. This guy here, if he's got a gun, okay, by the way, he's a deacon in one of the local churches. Outstanding member of the community. No, I'm kidding, he's a Hell's Angel.
I was gonna ask you what church.
Yeah, the Church of Hell's Angels. Well, I mean, MCs do hold church. So, but I'm like, what's the difference between him with a gun and him with a gun? Can they do the same amount of damage?
Yes.
That's the whole point of a gun.
Yep, it's a projectile weapon and it allows distance. And those bullets don't have somebody's name assigned to them. When they start pulling the trigger, it can hit whomever. Right? And then, she started thinking otherwise, but, we have to make those decisions because we don't know who we're going to meet on the street. And I said, I'm not saying whether it's right or wrong for her. If she's like, hey, if it's a 10-year-old kid, I got a 10-year-old kid, I just couldn't do it.
Right, would you let that 10-year-old kid keep you from going home to your own 10-year-old
Right,
kid?
and that's how I always try and frame it. It's like all of us have someone somewhere that loves us as is waiting for us to come home.
Yeah.
Okay? We have a responsibility to them to come home. Okay? All of us have somebody that loves us. It's not me, but somewhere you all have somebody that loves you. Okay, no, I'm just kidding. Normally I get a better laugh. I do it earlier on most times.
I was gonna say Ted Bundy was definitely unassuming.
Yeah.
He slipped through the cracks for
Mm-hmm.
many years.
Yeah. Yeah, most
And
definitely.
he would play off of people's empathy.
Mhm.
Like, oh no, could you just help me? More sling and stuff. So.
That's where they patterned on Silence of the Lambs. Wild Bill or whatever his name was. 'Cause he had the cast on.
Yep, and it's.
Or help me with this couch. You got to put this couch in my
It's all
van.
based off of Ed Gein. Go ahead.
I was gonna ask Ak, I know you and Jeff have been doing like the decision-making class or whatever with the turning targets, and then some of the targets look like that. Are you seeing people's like freeze response because of that, or different reactions based on, oh my God, I was expecting the guy on the left and it's a child pointing a gun. Like, are you seeing any variance there?
Shane will tell you, we have a pregnant girl, we have an attractive girl, with a low-cut shirt, and, we have, a 14 couple kids, and we definitely get responses from people. I've had people literally not shoot the pregnant girl.
Yeah.
Had a guy, a guy who's a really high-level shooter. What I mean by that is he's, he thinks he's got a turbo pin, he can shoot his gun.
Yeah.
But he couldn't do it, and it may be that he just had a baby, that kind of thing, something goes on. So yeah, we've seen definite responses from that, I think
Yeah.
we saw that in that class, you guys watched, people respond very differently based on what it was.
Yeah, most definitely.
About 6 years ago, 6, 7 years ago, running a group of officers through similar training. And one of the scenarios that they had to respond to was contact cover officer situation, and they're arresting dad. And a little girl comes out of the truck with a shotgun, shoots that officer, and then is fixing to shoot you. I had 3 officers stop, just freeze up, quit. I had 1 officer literally quit the agency. And the couple of other ones, they just sat down and cried. Because they never imagined, they were always thinking about this guy, the big boogeyman. They hadn't accepted the fact that threats come in all different sizes and shapes.
We need to learn how to target this anatomy in the 3D environment. We need to be able to picture the path of the bullet, what structures it's going to, for what angle that we're at, to hit these vital structures, because it helps us stop the fight faster with less rounds expended, which then keeps the bad guy from sending more rounds down range. It could hit us and injure us, or our family members or other people that are out there. Does that make sense? That was a lot of words. So what does it entail? Recognition of the threat, okay? Is it justified, that preamble, okay? Correctly timed response, okay? And I think this is important too, because there is that preamble and there's those pre-assault cues and things that lead up to, with the exception of the psychopath, sociopath, antisocial personality disorder people, but there is that preamble before the fight actually starts, okay? Despite what's on the Instagram, Snapchat, web, social media stuff of it's got to be, an under a second draw to first shot and all this, which if you could do that, that's great. The faster we can be, the better. We'll explore some of that out on the range. But what we have to understand in dynamic situations is we have to create an opportunity for me to employ that under a second draw to first shot. Or multiple shots, depending on the situation. So is it timed correctly so that I don't get shot, nobody else gets shot, and I can get the gun out into play if that's what's warranted? Okay. Determining shot placement and critical anatomical structures in a 3D environment, being able to picture that. Okay. Every time we pull the trigger and the gun goes through cycle of function and felt recoil, we should be calling our shot number 1 with our sighting system, and number 2, as it goes through that felt recoil and cycle of function, as our sights settle again, we should be assessing our work through our sights. Did I get a desired effect? I'm ready to shoot again if it's warranted. If it's not, we need to do those post-shooting protocols where we scan and look around to see, Because unfortunately, it might not just be one bad person, it could be multiple bad people. And we need to get that into training, and we need to wire it into muscle memory, common usage term, hey, that we do it all the time. Because Akil and I were talking about this in your class. What's it called now?
Scenario decision.
Scenario decisions.
Decision scenario.
The third or fourth
It's new. We are still creating the class. That's
Yeah.
why we're running people through so that we can get good information, so that, you know, when we actually do unveil it, it's like, it's got some polish to it, you know, and it actually got some experience to it. So thank you for coming, because that,
Yeah.
you know, and we were talking just the other night about the first and the second time you took it, and we were like, that was, you know, it was crazy. It was so polished.
But remember we were talking about scans?
Yes.
Okay, tell them what you told me about scans with everybody, most of the people that you've seen.
I don't see it. You know, the first person who cued me in to look for that was Greg Evans. And because I asked him about it, you know, I contacted him one day. I said, are you seeing, you know, because I'll do some law enforcement training. He does. I did that for a long time. I said, are you seeing people scanning? And you do the OIS, you know, and he was like, no. And so as we ran through, that was one of the things that we would look to see. And did you see anybody?
Nope.
Nope. I have to remind them to top off.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's a really slippery slope teaching scans though, because you get people doing the thing without seeing anything.
That's right.
Yeah.
They're looking, but they're not seeing.
Yeah.
But when we throw that thing up there, they're not even doing it. Did you see anybody even do a cursory?
No.
Guys, hey,
Shane was the only one who did it.
for the sake of the viewers at home, clarify what you guys are talking about.
Oh, okay, so we're talking about a class that I did with Akil, where after in the post-shooting protocols, we were watching to see who does threat scans after they take care of that initial threat.
Demonstrate.
Okay, so, and I'll use you, Abner, since you're right there on the camera. So you're a threat, you know, boom, 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 boom. I get a desired effect, you know, you fall down, you throw your hands up, you turn around and run away, call uncle, whatever the case may be. Now I need to see, is there anybody else that might be a threat to me and meets the preamble of deadly force? So I go into a ready position and I scan around and I look, and I also see and process information. Hey, is there somebody else out there? Do I need to take care of somebody? Okay. What we found in the class is, you know, with the exception of myself, which I think, again, it goes back to training and doing it correctly, is nobody scanned. Nobody
These are
scanned.
people who we saw, because we do some range exercises before we actually do these scenario stuff, who during the range exercises scan. So when they've got a 2D target there and they, you know, they do their 3 shots, 3 seconds or whatever, go to a low rating, then we see them scan. We run them through the scenario,
Yeah.
don't scan.
And I think it goes back to what Bill was saying, is that they do it in a controlled environment under range, but they do it because that's what they think they have to do, and they don't process information.
Right.
So then it's dropped because they don't see the validity in it in reality.
Right.
Put yourself in this situation, you're standing next to that wall, and you engage a threat, right? And you've been taught to do a 360-degree scan. Why am I looking at a freaking wall?
Looking at the wall. Yep.
Right? Look with a purpose.
Yep. Yeah, so, you know, because we're talking about that, when we do go on the range and, you know, we talk post-shooting protocols, and I don't care what they are. You can do the actual wide or fast protocol. I'll explain that on the range if anybody has questions. Or whatever your post-shooting protocols are, if you're going to do a threat scan, really do a threat scan. Remember, we talked about visual processing. Okay, we need to actually look and see what's going on out there.
And you moved.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he scanned, he moved, and he topped off at the same time. You know what I'm saying? And we were like, that's how you do it, but you were the only one who did it in 4 classes.
Well, thank you for that. You doing your thing? Okay.
Be right back.
Yep, great. Joe.
For getting past the scanning block, would a way to approach it be like, okay, name 3 things after you shoot? Like, okay, name one thing over here, one thing over here, and one behind you. Would that be a way to
What?
get past, like, sort of like, okay.
It's a hard thing. I've done it where, you know, I've walked behind people and held up, you know, different fingers and that, and they call them out. I think, and this is just my personal opinion on it, is you have to be mentally invested in why it's important to you to actually do it. Because I can even stand behind people and go, hey, you know, when you do your scans, I'm going to hold up a finger. You tell me what it is. Okay. Well, that's part of the exercise then, or the drill. So they're like, they know they have to do it, okay? But there's no, you know, they don't have any investment in it.
Gotcha.
And understand, you know, why we're doing it, and that, hey, it could be somebody else that's, you know, you're taking care of this person right here, and their buddy is coming in your blind spot, getting ready to hit you with a pipe in the back of the head. I need to look once that's done, because I can only handle one problem at a time. Oh, geez, there's, you know, the guy. And then that's where the movement stuff comes in too. But it's hard to get that across, and I haven't found a really good way to, you know, cement that in with people yet. So, if anybody else has got something or a way to do it, I'm way open. So what are we targeting? Okay. The brain stem, which we'll talk about all these and show pictures. The heart, the aortic arch, and the great vessels. And we've got on the wall back there, there's different anatomical charts there. So as we go through this and as we're on lunch and take a break, go there and familiarize yourself with them. We don't have to be like have a college degree in anatomy and physiology, but we have to have just kind of an idea of what the structures are and where they lie in the body. And then lastly, the pelvic girdle, the anatomical structures and the vasculature that's there. And then there's tertiary stuff. I put just the shoulder in its vasculature, but we're going to talk about the shoulder, elbows, knees, and ankles, because sometimes that might be the only thing that's presented to us. And if they're an actual known threat, I'm going to shoot the first thing that I see, and then when they do the happy dance, then I'm going to get them where they need to be to actually stop the fight. Bless you. Okay. So as we're targeting, just like I was saying a second ago, it's based on the situation. Okay. Desired effect to resolve that situation, because maybe I'm, you know, the best place for me is to shoot high center chest where the aortic arch is, and I go ahead and I put 2 or 3 in there, and I'm not getting a desired effect. Okay. They're not falling down. They're not putting their hands up and calling uncle. They're not running away. Okay. I don't care why I'm not getting the desired effect, but I need to start thinking, hey, I might need to go and target somewhere different. It might be the only thing that's available, so we're going to, if it's a known threat, okay, they met the preamble, it's a known threat, I'm going to shoot the first thing that's available until something better and more forgiving comes, or becomes available to me, okay? Most of the time, you know, we shoot that high center chest because it's the most forgiving in the dynamic environment of a lethal encounter. All right, we talk about desired effect, but what, you know, is decisively stopping in somebody, okay? We can have capitulation, somebody gives up. Okay, it might not be a shot fired. The gun comes out and that stops the situation. Or maybe I shoot them once, it's a peripheral hit, but it's enough that they're like, hey, I'm done. Okay, I had a guy that trained with me several years ago when I was at Roll Range. He was involved in attempted carjacking. Carjacker took a shot at him. He responded. He created opportunity, drew his gun out. He missed on the first shot, but I will say he was aware of his surroundings. He knew where everybody else was. So it just went, you know, into space, didn't hit anything. The second shot, the guy moved. Okay, he was lined up on a, you know, high center chest, and he moved. Okay, and it does happen, and he ended up hitting him in the hand. On the third shot, as he was getting ready to fire, and he was lined up on the high center chest, as he was depressing the trigger, the guy fell down and quit. He capitulated. He was like, I've been shot in the hand, I'm done. This guy's serious. Okay? It can happen. Okay? So that's one way to get a desired effect or decisive stop. Okay? That goes along with psychological, and those two kind of go together. The guy that was shot in his hand, you know, could he continue to fight with his strong hand or his opposite hand? Sure, he could have, but he didn't want to mess around anymore. So it could be a psychological stop. Maybe they've watched a lot of movies, because what happens when somebody gets shot in movies?
They fall down.
They fall down, they go flying back or what have you, and they go, hey, I was shot, so I need to fall down and quit. Instant or immediate switches, so CNS disruption, something in the brainstem or the cranial-ocular vault, we break the spine box, and we disrupt that CNS system so they stop instantaneously. Or we've got rapid but delayed timers, okay, and that's going to depend on what part of the anatomy we hit, whether it's high center chest or we hit a big vessel in the pelvis, okay. So there's a time stamp on that depending on the size of the vessel. And what ends up happening and why these stop fight is because we have tremendous amount of blood loss, and we have with that blood pressure that drops, we don't have oxygenated blood that goes to the brain anymore, so then they tend to fall. A couple things with that officer and compared with the other one. Where was his gun, and where do you think, or do you think he was seeing his sights?
He was watching his gun. He was ready.
Yeah, gun was parallel to the ground. It was in his line of vision. Just below it, when the guy come down the stairs, he raised it up, found his sights, and got his shots where they needed to be, and got a desired effect. Guy fell down. They were able to do what they needed. All right, so here's some of the things that we should be looking to target, depending on the situation. Okay, why do we always err towards a high thoracic cavity? It is a timer, okay, but it's a timer that severely disrupts blood pressure and oxygenated blood that goes to the brain, but also it's the most forgiving area that we have. Okay, now we're going to be targeting to a lot smaller spot. You know, now this is a little bit smaller than the actual heart, but if we take, you know, our hand and put it right here, that's about the size of our heart. And then if we take the aortic arch and the great vessels that are in it, for a male it's about 6 inches. If we get an actual size, for females it's 5, because although your hearts are bigger in love, they're smaller in size.
So when you say 6 inches, are you talking about the heart itself?
The heart and the great vessels.
Oh, and the great vessels.
Yep. So if we look at the heart, and then when we get the vessels that are up here, so about 6 inches. Now, granted, it's going to be a little bit different for everybody, but generally that's about 6 inches for a male, 5 inches for a female.
And when you say forgiving, you mean as far as easier to hit?
Easier to hit. We got a bigger area. If we miss off a little bit, we're still in a good area, and we're going to talk about that here in a second. Where if we say we go to the head, which yeah, we get a instant switch, you know, if we hit disrupt the CNS system, but bony prominences that are here, head's always in constant motion, relatively small area.
Strongest bone in the body.
Yeah, strongest bone in the body. I know 2 guys have been shot in the head with AK rounds and were fine. Wow. Hit the top of the head, right underneath the helmet, zipped around on the inside. Mm-hmm. And they were knocked silly for a little bit. You know, they had to be pulled down so they didn't get shot again, but they were okay a little bit later.
People always mistake the femur for the strongest by tonnage. Yes, by impact.
Yeah.
The stronger is here.
Yep.
It's like God knew that toddlers would be going whack.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, sorry. Sorry, honey.
Right.
Sorry.
Was one of those guys.
So it's got the heart and the aortic arch and where the heart sits in the body, and then how it comes down and bifurcates down into the femurs, but then also as we get to the different angles, we've got the heart on each side, and then the same thing on the back, okay? And you could keep going with this as we do the different angles, but it's to show an understanding for the student and future instructor in this, that they're thinking they know where the vital structures lie in the body. The reason I bring it out here is because we have to start thinking, where do those vital structures lie in the body at all these different angles in this dynamic environment of a gunfight that we could potentially be in.
So in the back, it actually is a little bit left.
Yeah, the drawing's not perfect. We're not
Okay,
artists.
'cause my mind's going, wait
Yep.
a second.
Like I said, I didn't draw this. I couldn't. My buddy drew it on me.
Okay.
So yeah, it's over just a little bit, and that's why I couple it with these different photos that are up here. And there's going to be one from the back here in a second, because what a lot of people don't realize, and you can kind of see it in this one, but as it comes up to the aortic arch, as this comes up here and comes down, it actually comes behind and goes along the spine and then comes down into the middle of the body, and then it bifurcates down into the femoral arteries. Okay, you'll be able to see it better here in a second. Okay, and I just put arrows into so you understand, kind of can visualize that pathway. this one doesn't have the arrows on it, but just so you start understanding, number one, where the heart lies, and we can see that it's right up against the ribs and the sternum there, and not further back, deeper into, the chest cavity, okay? And the different angles. Upward angle here. Now this is from the back, so these are the shoulder blades here, and you can see where the aortic arch and the aorta comes down and descends. Hi, Heather. Everybody, this is Heather. Heather, this is everybody. It's my wife. Didn't think you were get called out like that. But, so we know where those structures lay if they're facing away from us. Because is there a possibility that we'd have to shoot somebody in the back?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. They have to meet the preamble. They have to still be a threat to us or others.
Yeah, or
but
others, yeah.
Or others
yes,
in
if
that-
we're
That's the
coming
key.
to the aid of somebody else.
That's right.
Okay.
If
And
they're
so-
running towards someone and they've got a weapon, you have no choice but to shoot them in the back.
Absolutely, absolutely. Or think about a hostage scenario. Okay. Now we often think of hostage scenarios like this or the cop in that video, right? But if Donnie and I are here and I'm like this, and you and Donnie are homies, okay, is this a hostage scenario, right?
Yep.
Right here, or be more appropriate. We're talking about the
Yeah,
back.
I'd come up that, yeah.
So got to be able to articulate it in a court of law and with a jury of our peers.
Drop a fool.
After the fact, but yeah, there is scenarios where we shoot somebody in the back. Okay, we're going to target the same as the front. Here's different angles.
So the aortic arch and trunk are center line though, even if the heart
Yeah.
at the bottom of the heart is off the left. Okay,
Mhm.
gotcha.
Yep, and the upper part of the heart we're looking at is center.
Center.
Yep. All right, so where will we put it on this guy?
Slightly left.
Just left, is that right?
So about right there. How about this guy? I'd hand a pointer out, but it doesn't work on the TV, so.
Slightly under the arm.
The armpit on the scarf.
Where a scarf is.
Because what else do we have to think about now? Those other pictures, they were anatomy, but now, we got shoulder, which I'll shoot through if need be, or an arm, but clothing, right?
Yeah.
Which can distort stuff. So about right in there. Okay, I don't have the little things on these, but this is just for everybody to understand that, hey, the person that needs to be shot might not be presented as our belt buckle to belt buckle. Me and Nikhil standing here high noon at the OK Corral going, are you ready? I'm ready. Okay, let's go. So we have to think about where that structure lies with these different. Okay, where does that brainstem lie? So we draw from the tip of the nose, or just about the top of the mustache, all the way across. You see it goes to the bottom of the ear. If we're going from top down, and now here's our other angles. That would be our aiming point. Now think of that all the way spherically around the head, or whether we're up or we're down. That's what we got to visualize if we're going to target the head. And we got to think about the bony structures that are there.
How thick is the mastoid right there?
This here?
No,
Or back
this.
here? There's nothing hardly there.
Okay.
Yeah. Bullet.
You could go.
It'll go right through. And because I got this cool thing on Amazon for like $9, that shows the brainstem, which I can pan that around. It doesn't say the brainstem in there, but or you can go this way and then try and actually name them. And that's what that side's for. Everybody tracking along with me? Okay. So as we target, now we're back to my circles in that from a different angle, front and back.
Oh, it's squishy.
Squishy.
Downhill country squishing.
All right, now again, remember the picture of the skull. When we talk about the cheeks, we talk about the top of the head, we talk about the upper back of the head. Yep. We got a lot of hard bone there that can easily deflect a pistol round. So on this one, if we're going at an upward angle and the brain stem is here, we can see it. there's no cheekbone there, but we got to think about that if we're going to engage that. So, you know, if I'm coming up where the cheekbone is, where can I get where there isn't hard bone? Because now if it's straight on here, it can deflect, but if I'm coming up, I might get underneath it. Okay? So these are all things that we need to think about. So if I'm at an upward angle, maybe I did a positional shift and I'm shooting up because there's a crowd behind them, okay, where I need to target. Okay. Front with this dude, head's turned a little bit because the head's always in constant motion. That's one of the hard things about it. So maybe I put a couple in the chest. I didn't get a desired effect, but it slowed the head down enough that now I can switch and go for that brainstem.
Shane, is between the eyes too high?
No. So we're gonna not necessarily hit the brainstem, but like as you'll see on our targets out there that we have, I made, and it's for pistol, the areas that light gray dotted line that comes right at the eyebrows, where this is hard but just below it, and comes down and comes right to there.
Okay.
So ideally we want it right here. If we end up in here, you know, that's good too. And one of the benefits to this, especially say I'm shooting off to the side and maybe I get too far forward, that's all I see. If you take out the eyes, you most of the time take the fight out of the person.
That's right.
And their ability to see. So, because technically we're not shooting to kill, we're shooting to stop the threat. And so whatever, you know, whatever it takes to stop the threat, not that I'm going to target just the eyes. But does that answer your question?
I used to work for an armor manufacturer, and we would do live fire demos with armor on karate bobs. And I would always just take note of the fact that every time that we would put a 1 ounce slug dead center into the trauma plate, right there, I knew that if you'd actually hit a person wearing that vest, they're not fighting because the SA node is no longer making the heart do its job properly. I mean, they're not getting blood to where it needs to go. The fight has stopped.
And there's blunt force trauma and arrhythmias and all kinds of things that are developed from that. Off to the side. Okay. She's got like a Gatling gun underneath there. Blows people down. But you see how with the head is different angles, how we have to think about where that brain stem is in relation to where the actual head is. That's why anatomical features are really hard. And if you say that in Doc Williams' class, you get banished to, I don't know, wherever for how long.
Anatomically correct.
Because we have to be able to visualize the path of the bullet and what it's actually hitting on the inside. All right.
Oh my
Desired
Lord.
effect, maybe not. Not actually where the brainstem was.
Wow. All right, story time.
Spear gun.
Oh.
I don't know the story behind it. I just found it. I just know that that's a spear gun bolt.
Jeepers. Cut it off and pull it through.
Yeah. So, you know, we go to high center chest, the top of the heart, the aortic arch, those great vessels that are there. It's the most forgiving. It's a larger area. Even if we're off to the left or right a little bit, we're still hitting good stuff and can get a desired effect. We talked about the head and all the bony structures that are in it and how the head is always in constant motion. Okay, so what's another option if we're not getting a desired result at the high center chest and we don't want to go to the head? We can go to the pelvic girdle. Now, the one thing that I will say is with a pistol shot to the pelvic girdle, we're probably not going to destabilize it. We're not going to destabilize it and take out their mobility. But when we do hit the bony structure, if we target correctly, those bone fragments and bullet fragments do fracture the great vessels that are down there as it descends down into the femoral artery and the arteries in the iliac crest. Okay, and so that we can get a desired result that way. If we hit the socket area, we could destabilize it with a pistol, but I wouldn't bank on it. Okay, definitely with a rifle though. You shoot somebody in the pelvis with a rifle, it's legit. It's a fight stopper. Yeah. You've probably seen it. So, just so everybody's kind of familiar, what it looks like on the inside from different angles of how the femur and then the head come into the pelvis. Okay, and now we can see in that bottom picture just all the vessels that are down there. So if we do target in the correct area, okay, we can shred a lot of that stuff and we can have a significant drop in blood pressure, hopefully getting a desired effect. Okay? The one thing we do have to remember with any of these shots, though, is if they do go down, okay, we need to stay on our sights, we need to follow them down, and we need to make sure that it's assessed that they're not a threat anymore. Because just because they fell down doesn't mean that they're out of the fight. Okay, they still have use of their hands, they can still be a threat.
And falling down can increase blood pressure.
Yeah,
Because now the heart isn't having to work that hard.
Increase blood pressure and oxygenated blood to the brain, which sometimes they pop back up. Okay. Here's the places in the hips where we're going to target. You'll see this, it's very faint on our targets that we have out on the range, okay? But it's a lot smaller area. We're targeting where the ball joint comes in, and you can see all the vasculature that's there. And actually, I made them a little bit smaller. If we get anything up into the bony structure, the iliac crest that's up there, that tends to get their attention also. All right, so when they have clothes on, so we can visualize it.
Shane, what would you?
Okay, so we're just going to do draws from the holster. It'll be on the whistle. We're going to start off with single shots. Okay, pick one of the two 2-inch circles. Okay, so we've got these two here. So one relay is going to shoot one. The second relay is going to shoot whatever's left. Okay, so we're going to do just some single shots. We'll probably do 3 or 4 of those. Okay, from the draw. You can conduct whatever post-shooting protocols you want for the rest of today or when we're on the range. Ammo management is on you. This isn't a class. I'm not going to teach you how to do proactive reloads and emergency reloads. Now, if you have a question or you need help with it, just let me know and we'll break it down. Okay? But ammo management is on you. Okay? And then we're going to do 3 rounds on the whistle. So we'll do probably a half dozen total of that, and then we'll flip-flop and let the other relay shoot before we get on to the next thing. Okay? Does that sound good? Okay. We're going to do it right at this crack here, whatever yard line that is. I don't have any idea. It doesn't really matter.
Hoorah!
All right, now we're going to do 3 shots in the same circle. 3 shots on the whistle in the same circle.
I'm consistent. I'm just consistently low.
Remember how I taught you to load the trigger?
Yeah.
Speed is not of the essence here. It's accuracy is of the essence. You're doing. You are doing. Hey, look at this. You're doing great. I promise you, you're doing great.
I'm so shaky.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. As long as you know, you get a lot of malfunction practice.
Welcome to my world. You're doing good.
All right. Last time with 3 rounds.
Hell of a group there, madam.
Once post-shooting protocols are done, you can slowly, smoothly, and carefully get back into the holster. Single shot again.
See? And no, I didn't do that on purpose.
After, pay attention to what you're doing. Stop talking your way.
Yes, sir.
Single shot again. And last one for single shot. All right, now we're going to do 3 rounds in that same circle. 3 rounds in the same circle. Post-shooting protocols and then back into the holster. last time. So what we're going to do now is we're going to start talking about reaction times. We're going to talk about visual processing. Okay. What are our reaction times? How fast?
Process, is it 30 per second?
So by for science and a couple other ones, depending on who you talk to, it's a 0.22 to about a 0.27. So about a quarter second. Okay. That is for us to initially start the reaction. Okay? There's a little bit difference whether it's an audible start cue or audible stimuli or a visual stimuli. Okay? It's about a tenth either way depending. Now the reason that I bring this up is because that's something that we can improve on. Just kind of like the freezing I was talking about, how it's ingrained in our DNA. What you are born with for your reaction times is what you have. There's not much that you can do to increase your reaction time. It's just the way that we're wired. I know there's a whole bunch of science behind it. I can't tell you, and that's not this class anyway. Right? But then coupled with that is our visual processing speeds. Okay? All our processing speeds are going to be different. Okay? It's a product of our experiential base, how will we actually see things, et cetera, et cetera. That is something where we can get better at. Okay, so we know that reaction times are what they are. So, quarter second to initially understanding something's happening, and then we can add other time on it for you to, do a certain action. Right? But the thing is that we have to be able to visually process information so that we can react to it. Does that make sense? Okay. Now, wouldn't it be a handy thing if we understood what our visual processing speeds actually were? It might. So we know what the reaction speeds are, or reaction times. The science has figured that out. We don't know what's going on with your eyes and in your brain to figure out your visual processing speeds. So that being said, and there's a reason why we're going to do this, and I'll talk about it at the end, is we want to identify what your speed is, and we want you to work at that capacity while you're in this class. And I highly encourage you then to practice with that. Okay? And it's probably not going to be as fast as you think. Okay? So, again, we're doing this with realistic context in mind and the role that we're applying this for as a moral citizen. Okay? Because now for a competitive shooter, that's different. If we're shooting jailhouse splits, anything under a 0.2, okay, which they consider a jailhouse split, okay, we're not visually processing. Okay? We're shooting, if we throw one out, it's no big deal. There's no penalty, maybe a little bit of time or score, okay, but I make one up if the stage allows me to. Okay, it's a completely different world. Okay, but if I'm shooting faster than my running lights are going, then I'm sending rounds down range that I don't have accountability for. Okay? So we're going to determine that. So what we're going to do is we're going to shoot a cadence. Okay, we're going to shoot 5 rounds. Okay, and what I want you to do is try and keep the cadence for the split time in between, and we're going to gather some information. I'm going to ask some questions about it after the fact. Okay, so we're going to shoot a 1 second par time, okay, or split time. We're going to shoot a half-second split time, and then we're going to shoot a quarter-second split time. Okay, so how do we do that? And I'm going to demo it here in a minute. But for a 1 second split time, and I put this on the timer, so it's pretty darn close. Okay, 1,000 bang, 2,000 bang, 3,000 bang, 4,000 bang, 5,000 bang. If your sights aren't there, I want you to get them there. Okay? Or if you crank the shot off, I want you to take a mental snapshot of where was the sighting system when the gun went off. Okay? At a 1 second par time or split time, it should be relatively easy, especially if we've got good mechanics on the gun. Okay? Then we're going to cut it in half, and we're going to do a half-second split time. Okay? And that should be 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5. Okay? And so, and it's the same thing. Okay? Were my sights in an acceptable area when the gun went bang? If not, were I able to get them there? Or, also to put it into context, if the situation changed, was I able to stop the action of shooting the gun? Okay, we'll do that one probably twice, because I'll be honest with you, that's where most people lie. That's where most people lie as far as their visual processing speeds. They have the ability to stop or correct through recoil if the shot or if the situation changes, or if they need to change something. Okay? Then we're going to burn it down. And we're going to try and shoot quarter-second splits, which should sound like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay? And we're just going to see where it's at. We've got a good backstop that's here. Okay? We're going to try not to put them in the walls or the ceiling, but we're going to keep it in the backstop. But I don't really care where they go on the target. Okay? And I know for me, like, yeah, I can pull quarter-second splits off sometime. I'll see where my sighting system is every time, but I can't fix anything. If it's up in the right shoulder, I can see it and go, yep, that's going in the right shoulder, but I can't fix it because I'm already cranking off the next round. Okay? So it tells me that I'm shooting faster than I can actually process. So if the situation changes, I won't be able to stop. Okay? So we want to figure out where that sweet spot is, and then I want you to kind of stand. Does that make sense so far? All right, so I'm going to shoot a 1 second cadence, okay? So it should be 1,000 bang, 2,000 bang. I'm going to make sure my sights are in an acceptable target area. If they aren't, I'm going to see if I can get them to where they need before I make the gun go back, okay? So pretty close on the cadence, okay? Saw my sights where they were at every time. If there was a problem, I would have been able to get them back there. Okay, so I'm well within my threshold for visual processing. Okay, now we're going to cut it down in half, and we're going to do a 1/2 second cadence. So it should be like 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5. Okay, and again, if my sights aren't there, I'm going to see if I have the ability to get them where they need to be. Okay, so here we go. So pretty consistent across the board. Saw my sights. I had good grip. It was in there. So again, I'm within my threshold because I could stop if I needed to. Okay. Now I'm just going to let it rip. Okay. And it should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We'll see. Sometimes we get trigger finger freeze on these when we try to go really fast. Doesn't really matter. I don't really care where the rounds are going. But can I stop or can I auto-correct? And I'm going to tell you right now, from knowing me, I can't. I need to be somewhere about a 0.3 or even a 0.4 to be able to process information and be able to make adjustments if needed. Okay, so here we go. Okay. That was probably about probably like a 3.5 or something like that. It wasn't super fast. I could see my sights, but I was right barely where like I could control it. Like I could see if it was somewhere else. I'd barely, if at all, be able to move it back. Okay, and that's what we're trying to determine with this. So 5 rounds at a 1 second split on the whistle. Here we go. At that cadence, were you able to stop if you needed to if the situation changed, or make a correction if you're set? Okay, good. How about you, Marie?
I probably was a little slower than 1 second.
That's okay. It's all right. We're figuring it all out. Okay. All right. So 1 second's pretty easy. Okay. So now we're going to get down to a 1/2 second. So it should be 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5. Aiming at the same spot. All righty. Go ahead and draw out to a ready. All right. 5 rounds on the whistle. All right, we're going to do 1/2 second one more time. Okay, draw out to a ready. Tanya, how about you at that pace? If you had to stop,
man.
no? Okay.
At that final phase, I was like, I don't know where I'm at.
Okay.
It was even hard for me to find
So,
a second.
so what I want you to do on this one, when everybody else is perfect now, is I want you to shoot when you're done. to burn it down. Quarter second, so it should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or as fast as we can do it. All right, here we go, everybody.
That's my wife, y'all.
All right, once you're in a condition you're happy with, and the magazine will stay in, go ahead, slowly, smoothly, carefully, put it in the holster. All right, all right, all right. We're gonna first do 5 shots with a 1 second split. So it should be 1,000 bang, 2,000 bang, through 5 of them. To the high center chest on the whistle. Here we go. Go ahead, draw it to ready. And you can be aimed in if you want. It doesn't matter to me. All right, here we go. All right, and I'll just ask, you can holster them up if you want. 1 second, good on 1 second. How about you, sir? Go. Still get stopped over there. Okay. That one's fairly easy. Okay, we're gonna go half second, so it should be 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5. All right, 5 shots, half second split. We're gonna do it twice. Here we go on the whistle. All right, you can leave them out. We're going to do one more at a half second. So draw if you're ready, Evan. Everybody got enough ammo for it? All right, on the whistle. Okay. All right, slowly, smoothly, carefully looking in the holster when they're in a condition that you're happy with. So in a half second, are you able to stop or?
Hell no.
Okay. How do you go in a half second?
The optic helps, but honestly, I don't think I could slam the brakes on. I mean, the optic allows me to look at the threat rather than look at front sight, rear sight, equal height, equal light. Now it's just threat focused, but still, at that tempo, I might launch one before I stop myself, which is why we're aiming here.
Say I'm pushing it at a 0.4, 0.5.
Still good at a half second. Okay. All right, now we're going to do that quarter second, last time. Okay, so as fast as we can do it. Okay, and I want you to see. Maybe you see the sights, but can you stop the shot or not if you need to? Okay. All right, if you haven't drawn out the ready, go ahead and draw out the ready. And a quarter second. Here we go. The thing of it is, I mean, it's scientifically proven. When we're doing another action, we lose the ability to counter.
Yeah.
We absolutely do. So 7, everybody's in the whole quarter line.
Gun range.
So in a quarter second.
There's no way I'm slamming the brakes on.
Okay. So somewhere between a half and a quarter, like a 0.3.
Yeah, and once I hit those 2 low, I couldn't even really tell you how many rounds I fired because I was like, damn it, I'm shooting low. I better. And so now I'm not counting anymore.
The mental chaos comes in. Yeah. How about you, sir?
Yeah, same thing. It's just massive streak.
Yeah. I mean, we can keep them all tight in there, but the point of it is like for me, if my sights are up, in the right shoulder, I can see it. I know where that bullet's going to go, but I can't change it because I'm just, I'm overdriving my headlights. So, we want to figure out where that is. So maybe for you, like probably a 0.3, 0.4, 2, somewhere in there, something like that. Like Ox said, LAPD SWAT, they train to shoot half-second splits across the board. They tried to go faster, it fell apart, they went back to half-second splits. Force Science Institute says no one should be shooting any faster than a 0.4 split. I think it's a 0.34 is what they actually said, somewhere in that range. So nowhere near that half second or even faster than that. Can people do it? Absolutely. Can you get the rounds to go where you want to? Absolutely. But how does that transfer over out in the street? If we shoot somebody and now all of a sudden they're not there, aka Jared Reston, and we crank 2 more rounds off to go into a crowd of people. When finding our sites, okay, so initially when the preamble is met, okay, and we identify something that's a threat, right? Got a gun, a knife, or whatever. Okay, we see that, okay, then we have to work and we need to transfer eyes to where we want our sights to go and where we want our bullets to go. It's something that we have to integrate into training because if we don't, we drive the gun into our line of vision and the gun goes wherever we're looking. So that's part number one. Okay, but how we're going to do that is we're going to break what would be the presentation, but we're going to do it in reverse. And I'm doing it a little bit different than I did last time, Bill. Because what we're trying to do a little bit more of is we want you to be able to find the sites in acceptable target areas so you can get that first round off relatively quick. Okay? So we have to build a proprioceptive index of where the gun, the muzzle, and the sights are in relation to our body and eyes. So kinesthetic and proprioceptive. Okay, so what we're going to do, and I've got a blue gun here. Okay, still going to face off this one. But we're going to start aiming in with your sights on target, okay, whether it's iron sights or a dot. Okay? I want you to keep your eyes where you want your sights and bullets. We're going to pick a shape, color, or number. I don't care which one you pick. Okay? What I would like it to be, though, is as close as we can get to eye level. Okay? Because when we set up postural structure and stability, whatever, tailbone centered over hips, our body upright, and our head upright, and if we do want to put a little bit of lean into it, we roll forward at our hips and lean into it. When I start contorting my head or leaning too far forward or doing something wonky, we sacrifice movement, and movement is important for us in an armed encounter. If I want to move it from all over like this, I have to straighten up, get my tailbone centered over my hips, my head erect, so now I can drop my weight and I can move in whatever direction I want. Okay? But we got to be able to find our sights. So what we're going to do is we're going to start with our head upright, our body upright. We're going to be aimed in. And then we're going to break our elbows. And all we're going to do is bring the gun out of our line of vision. So about that far. Okay? Well, about that far. So our sights aren't in our line of vision. We're going to keep our line of vision on where we want the sights and bullet to go. And on the whistle, we're going to drive it into our line of vision and we're going to shoot a single shot. Okay? You're going to come off. We're going to do that a couple times. Okay? Then we're going to break our elbows more. So now it's lower. Okay? Gun's still parallel to the ground, and I can see it in my periphery, but I'm keeping my eyes on where I want the sights and bullets to go. On the whistle, we're going to bring it back out and one well-aimed shot into that shape, color, number. Okay? And then we're going to keep breaking it down. So we're going to start breaking it here, and we're going to start from here, and then we're going to bring it all the way back where we still have a two-handed grip on the pistol. Okay? On the whistle, bring it into my line of fire, shoot one round. Okay, and everything's going to start at extension as we add these new ones in. Okay, once we get to that point, and I'll come this way since I'm right-handed, we're going to take our support hand off. Gun's still going to stay parallel to the ground, okay, and oriented towards the target. Doesn't have to be far. We're just going to get it off the gun because now we're also building the grip. Okay, because during the presentation, as the gun comes out, we've got several things that we have to do. Building the grip is one of them, and then finding the sights at the end. Those two things are where I think people have the most problems. Okay? So we're building the grip, shooting one shot. Okay? And we'll see how everybody does up to that point, and then we'll flip off, get everybody through, and maybe we'll add a little bit more. But you can do this through your whole presentation. Okay? But the big thing that I want to work on here is finding your sights quickly in that acceptable target area and having good postural structure and stability, which will lead to then a good presentation. Sound good?
Yep.
Okay, I got a blue gun because I'm not going to shoot this. Send a status you're happy with. I want you to aim in on a shape, color, or number. I don't care which one, it's somewhere parallel to your head. Have your sights aligned once everything's good. Okay. Make sure you double check with her that she's got her dot.
I do, yes.
Okay, good. Keep your head upright. And now break your elbows and keep the gun parallel to the ground and bring it back just a tip, just a little bit. Just enough that your sights are outside of your line of vision. On the whistle, we're going to drive it out, find our sights, and put one well-aimed shot. So the sight should come right into your vision. Round should go off once you ascertain that the sights are in that acceptable target area. Single round. Okay. Once you got that, break your elbows back just a little bit just to get your sight out of your line of vision. We're going to do the same thing again. Now we're going to break our elbows a little bit more. Gun stays parallel to the ground, and we break our elbows in a little bit more. Keep your eyes on where you want your bullet and sights to go. Hey, Kenny, make sure her gun stays straight. All right, on the whistle, single shot. Whistle. Here we go. to the ground. Keep a good two-handed grip on the gun. Good job, baby.
Watching you.
Yeah, make sure you breathe. All right, now this one, we're all the way back, okay? Keep the gun parallel to the ground. Take your support hand just off the gun. On the whistle, build the grip on the way out. Drive the sights into your line of vision. Single shot on the same number you've been shooting. Keep your eyes focused, keep the gun parallel to the ground and oriented towards the target. Single shot. All right, relay 2. Go ahead and draw it in your workspace. Load, make ready, or check status. With this status you're happy with, leave it out in a ready position. All right, aim in on whatever number that you're going to shoot at. Once you have your sights and aimed in on that number, keeping the gun parallel to the ground, break your elbows and bring it back out of your line of vision. On the whistle, drive it into your line of vision, find your sights and shoot a single shot into that number. Here we go. Good. Break your elbows back again, same spot just enough to get it out of your line of vision. Remember, keep the guns parallel to the ground. We're building a proprioceptive index of where the sights are going to come into our line of vision. Single shot. All right, keeping the gun parallel to the ground. We're going to break our elbows a little bit more. Bring it back towards your chest. Same thing, single shot on the whistle. Malfunctions clearance. Break elbows back to the same spot, keeping the gun parallel to the ground in your line of vision. Single round. All right, now we're going to break our elbows, keeping a good two-handed grip, gun parallel to the ground. We're going to bring it all the way back to what most of you know is a position 3. Single shot into that number. One more time. Parallel to the ground, break it all the way back to position 3, two-handed grip. All right, now bring it back, keep it parallel to the ground and take your support hand off of the gun. Just take it off of the gun. Doesn't have to be very far. On the whistle, we're going to build the grip on extension, bringing the sights into your line of vision and shoot a single round into the number you've been shooting. One more time. All right. Once your guns are in a condition that you're happy with, slowly, smoothly, and carefully look them into the holster. A couple of things, on the presentation that I find is, at the end of it is finding the sights. Okay? And what happens if we don't find the sights, especially if we're in a lethal force encounter? Yeah, we start to panic, right? And so we just start sending rounds downrange. Okay? We don't know where those rounds are because, those pointy things or that dot are an indication of where the muzzles are oriented. So building that proprioceptive index, doing it correctly with good structure by keeping the gun parallel to the ground, bringing it back, and slowly, now we get that neural pathway of, hey, I present that gun out and it comes right into my line of vision. There's my sights because I got a nice relaxed vision and I can take that shot. And we're just doing that presentation in reverse. And I cut it off after building the grip because that's the next part where people have problems. And the last part after that is actually clearing anchor in your cover garment, establishing a grip and getting it out of the holster. But you can see we can work this backwards and it's something that you can do dry. Okay? But we always want to have postural structure and stability. Okay, tailbone centered over our hips. have our body upright, our head upright, okay? And if we need to, we can lean a little bit forward. As we start to contort and do these things, now I'm getting muscular tension where there doesn't need to be, okay? We should be relaxed for the most part when we're shooting, okay? There's a relationship between muscular contraction and muscular relaxation, and most of the time, people err too much on the tension side, okay? So when we do that, the muscles are fighting each other, which slows us down, number one, and then number two, we don't have a good efficient presentation, and we don't have the ability to find our sighting system. And then panic starts to reign, and then we start just blasting rounds. So we've got to have a good presentation. We've got to have proprioceptive index of where the sights are going to come into our line of vision so we can get fast, accurate hits. And the sights drive when they're in an acceptable target area when we make the gun go bang. And we shoot subsequent shots within our visual processing.
I don't know much about you, but I know that's not good.
Somewhere where the speaker
Having your head more naturally sitting there, so we keep it so it's underneath, so we're not having to reach over. And then that's that muscle memory. When you go from presentation, it's coming out underneath that dot in the eye. And we just build that proprioception. If I'm looking here, and doing efficiently, I'm going to straight there, it's going to come in the dot's just going to show up. And just make sure you're keeping your focus.
Which is the beauty of an optic. You don't have to do front sight, rear sight, equal height, equal light. That's all out. It's dot on target.
On whatever you're looking at.
But it's the biggest drawback with people with the dot is it comes out and it's not right there where they move their head. Then they get sucked into the cowl, the outer part of it, and you can tell because the head starts moving, and that means their focus has come back to the gun instead of where it needs to be, and you're most likely never going to find the dot. so you know, where your head and body is really a big key to that presentation and actually having the dot. So now we're going to start hitting that anatomy. Okay. We're going to have relay 1 and then relay 2, and what I'm going to do is we skin new targets on there, but come on this way. So remember the areas that we talked about targeting while we were in the classroom. Okay, so the brainstem, the aortic arch in the top part of the heart, okay, and the pelvic girdle. Okay, now you can see them here, and that's the reason why we did that. That's the way that we designed these targets, and Kelly did all this stuff on them. I just had a little bit of the idea. Okay, but the heart is the actual size of the heart for a male. The overall is reduced. The head's a little bit smaller than that, but these scoring areas, if you will, we did them very specifically, and I don't use them very often. Okay, so we're not going to use them here, but for up here, it can be a good reference of that cranial ocular vault where you need the shots to go. If you look down where the pelvic girdle, even though it's a reduced size, the circles are just like the circles that were in the classroom because we want to hit those vessels, the iliac crest, where the ball joint comes in. Okay, so we want to be somewhere inside of there. So what we're going to do is I'm not going to give you a number of rounds. I want you to start implementing visualization, okay, that this living, breathing Skeletor dude is coming at you, okay? I'm going to call out what area I want you to target. So it might be heart or aortic arch or the brainstem or the pelvis, and then I'm going to blow the whistle, and I want you to shoot the appropriate number of rounds in that area to get a desired effect and visualize seeing that it's having a desired effect. They fall down, they put their hands up, whatever you want it to be. Okay? We're going to do several of those, probably about a half dozen or something like that. And then once everybody's back in holster, okay, come down. Anything that is outside of the little scoring areas, okay, or outside right of the box, if you want to be really, or outside of the heart, if you want to be real nitpicky, I want you to mark it. So then we know that if it's something outside that doesn't have a mark on it, it's the second relay. Okay, so we can utilize those targets as much as possible. Okay? All right, so you get to visualize where the anatomy is on this one. Hey, relay 1, shoot as many times as you think you need until you visualize a desired effect. If it's one shot and you think they fell, that's cool. If it's 5 shots, that's fine too. All right? effect, make sure you conduct post-shooting protocols. Once they're in a condition you're happy with, they go back into the holster. Elvis! Boom, boom. You need one more. You need one. Give me that one too.
Please stop thinking.
Head! Heart, head! Last one. Heart, pelvis, head. Into our acceptable target area, we get enough confirmation that it's where it needs to be before we apply the fundamentals of marksmanship. Now, if I have the heart or that high center chest, okay, that's a little bit bigger and more forgiving area. As long as my front sight or dot is in there, I can apply the fundamentals. But now I got to make this precision shot up to the head. Okay, do I need to get a little bit more confirmation or react to it a little bit more? Yeah, we should. Okay. Now, what that speed is going to be different for all of us because we all visually process things differently. We all have different experiential base. Somebody that's new to it might over-confirm and spend a lot of time out there. Somebody else that has a lot of experience, it might be pretty quick here and you can barely tell the difference, but there's a little bit of lag as they confirm again. It's in there. We need to think about that cadence that we're shooting within our visual processing speed, but also with sight confirmation as the target sizes change. Does that make sense? Head! Heart! Pelvis! Heart! Pelvis, head! Heart, pelvis, head! All right, any questions on that, y'all? Everybody understand the targeting? Okay, now you can visualize it. Now we're going to switch it up and you are going to have to think where it's at and where our aiming point and that trajectory of the bullet. Okay, so top off magazines, we're going to skin some new targets. All right, so we're going to do the same drill, but notice we changed the targets up. Okay, on this one, what's he pointing at us?
Gun.
It's a piece of paper. But, so we have to identify it's a threat to make sure that it meets the preamble, okay? But then we have to shift our focus to where we want the sights and i.e. the bullet to target. Okay? So we're going to do the same thing. I'm going to call out a targeting area, either high center chest, heart, pelvis, head. Okay? I want you to identify that threat. Is it truly a threat for me to draw my gun? Shift your gaze and then drive the gun into your line of vision. Okay? There's no way that I can tell if you actually do this, whether you keep your eyes where you want the bullets to go or whether you avert your eyes like you're supposed to. The only thing the way I'll be able to tell is if you're not doing it correctly is if you start migrating towards the gun. And I know that you're staying focused on it and you're driving the gun to where you're looking. Okay? But we're going to do that just like we did the last one. Okay? And we're just going to keep ramping that up from there. All right, give me relay one up on one. Everybody's covered up. Go ahead and draw it on your workspace. Load and make ready or check status when it's in the status you're happy with. Slowly, smoothly, carefully.
It's a good looking gun you got there.
Cover garment and look it into the holster. Chest. pelvis. Chest, head. Relay 1, go ahead and walk forward. I want you to analyze your sights where you think that vital anatomy was. Did your shots go where they needed to be, or were they off?
Yep.
And so
That's pretty good. It's coming across this way. The pelvis is hard to see on this, but that would be pretty good here and then here.
In the classroom really got me thinking about that one.
Yeah.
It's probably like this. All right, relay 2, go ahead and draw it into your workspace. Load and make ready to check status. When it's in the status that you're happy with, slowly, smoothly, and carefully clear an anchor covered arm and look into the holster. Remember, we're identifying the threat, averting our eyes, and driving the gun into our line of vision. Pelvis. Down with your post-shooting protocols and under condition you're happy with, you can slowly, smoothly, carefully go back into the post. Aortic arch. Specific area. Random, yes. Heart, head. Nice, Joe. Heart, pelvis. Last one. Heart. All right, light. We're gonna do one more. Heart. All right, when everything's ready, you're well in condition, you're happy release for a pelvis, that's fine. I'm not going to call out where you're going to shoot. All you're going to get is a whistle, okay? We're staying stationary on this. We're going to add a lateral step in at some point, but we're going to stay stationary. When I blow the whistle, shoot as many rounds as you think to a desired effect. Shoot it to the target area you think. If you want to put 3 in the chest and visualize that you don't get a desired effect and go to the pelvis or go to the head, by all means, go right ahead. Okay, but make the shots go where they need to go. Okay, aortic arch, top of the heart, brain stem, or make good shots in the pelvis. Do it at the speed that you can get the hits to stop the threat. Okay, that's what drives when we make the gun go bang. Desired effect, and you have conducted your post-shooting protocols and your guns in a condition you're happy with, slowly, smoothly, carefully look it back into the holster. Here we go again. And one more time.
gun got killed.
All right, same thing. And one more time stationary. All right, stepping to the left. Stepping to the left. To the right. Last one, back to the left. Go ahead and retrieve anything you dropped on the deck. Go ahead and grab your targets. You can flip them around.
Sir?
If you still have an index card, and you can look at your work.
That was good.
Yeah.
That was really good.
Military left.
On these in the back, and I'll just show on this one. I'm giving it away, but it doesn't really matter. Because you've got a shelf built with the appropriate size for the heart. So this is a 3-inch circle, which these are 6-inch containers. And then I cut one down, and it's just under 5 inches for the female one. So at the different angles, think about it, it's right up against that breastplate where it would be. Okay, the angle of the shot to get the trajectory to go to actually hit the upper part of the heart and the great vessels. Okay, she's got a regular head on, so also you know that she's a female. I haven't gotten wigs yet. Eventually that'll be on there. Okay, so the different angles. Once everybody's back in the holster, we'll walk down and you can check. Okay, for the hearts, if you got hits in the heart, go ahead and grab the red tape and tape it up so the next person knows whether they hit it or not. If you decide to shoot at the head, okay, there's white tape there, just put a piece of white tape on it, okay, so we know. When we get over to the heads here, once you're done, you can come down, pull this head out, and it's got a ping pong ball on the inside that represents the pons and brainstem, the upper part of the brainstem. And it's situated in here exactly where it needs to be. Okay. Again, don't worry about the other rounds that are on there if you can see them, because they might not have hit it. When I went to replace these, there was a bunch of them that weren't actually shot when I went to replace them. So, what if the brim's in the way? You threw it, right? But it gives people pause, because anytime we put a psychological barrier between us and somebody else, you know, it gives people pause. So we want to get over that here and build that experience. All right, any questions or concerns on this? Shoot them as many times as you need to until you visualize a desired effect. Okay? So the only one, that gray hat one, the guy that's facing forward there, he's one of our best facer forwards. Okay. He is not drilled. He doesn't have a ping pong ball in there. So that's why I put him facing forward, so you can analyze your shots where the brainstem is, right at the tip of the nose or at the mouth or between the eyes. Okay? All right, on the whistle, you're going to draw out, shoot as many rounds till you get a desired effect, conduct your post-shooting protocols, and then slowly, smoothly, carefully put them back in the holster. Once they're in the holster, everybody hold their hands up so I can just look and see that everybody's got them holstered. Then we can go down and check them and tape. All right, here we go, on the whistle. Once you're in the holster, hands up so I can see everybody's clear. All right, range is clear. Go ahead and go down and check. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Well done. Good job.
Then we're going to take it out. So you gotta, I don't know, did it hit the...
You get it, babe?
Did not hit the ball, that's what I'm saying. I'm just,
You're a little far forward. So take the ping pong ball out. Sometimes you got to shake them a little bit. And
Very good.
Get a new one. And you have to discard these.
Bill
And
got
then
it?
when we put it back in here,
You get him, Leaf?
we just make sure we push it all the way to the front of the thing.
Get it?
oh,
If you hit the ping pong ball, make sure you take it out and replace it. All right, here we go on the whistle.
Go ahead, you can make it. So if you're having trouble finding.
All right, hands up if you're in the holster.
Hands up.
All right, we're clear. Go ahead and check.
If you're having trouble finding the dot, sometimes you can just bring it back in when you're given that thing.
Okay.
Go.
Oh, he said I'll swap it out with the new one.
Did you get it?
Couple times.
Cool. All right. Good job, babe.
We'll keep that if you want, and then we'll just get another
Very
ping pong
nice.
ball.
Grace it.
Cool. I think you went in.
Good job. Grab another ping pong ball. Oh, okay.
All right, here we go. Same thing, new target. Check it. How we do? Hey. Hey, very, very nice.
Right on.
Taper up.
Somebody's not taping their pitches, so maybe I've shot it twice.
Oh, remember, it comes in and goes out.
Well, it can't be that in and out. That would have to be the exit. Something, I don't know.
Oh, I'm good at duct tape.
Right on.
I've been taping them all up.
They were combat moments with my brothers
Oh, we know.
that involved duct tape.
Hey, right on, bro.
Okay, I appreciate it.
People got stupid, duct tape came out. I grew up with two older brothers.
What is it?
Things got rough.
Golden. Silence is golden. Duct tape is the silver.
I love that. Right there against the spine or against the sternum. Just a skosh to the left.
It's gonna be a thing.
This man's an evil genius.
All right.
I like the way that fool's looking at me.
Are you guys talking shit to dummy heads?
Huh? Here we are. We forward the plan. Yep.
All right, here we go.
We're gonna check it out and see if it may have got. I was curious why you decided not to. Oh.
Somebody's brain is rolling out.
All right, hands up once everybody's in the holster.
Somebody's medulla laying on the floor.
All right, we are clear. Go ahead and check.
Got him? Oh, you did so good though.
Look at that. Look at that. Yeah. Jet.
You did get one, so.
Check it out, baby. Check it out. Yeah.
So when we did this,
Not bad for a large Puerto Rican. Hey, you having fun?
okay.
Hell yeah. We ain't leaving this place on a bad note.
Hell to the yeah.
We did this. That's the only reason I asked you. Yeah, I know. Because yes, there is.
Bill, did you get it?
This one. But you imagine like, okay.
All right, here we go. Check them. Here we go.
Nope, I was too high.
Yeah, I got
Open it the whole
No.
Get it?
completely forgot when I got down to class.
Well, babe, you did better than I did. I was too high.
I built all this stuff in like 4 days.
Kenny was like, you still hit the spinal column.
So missing one for getting the drill, I guess, is pretty good. Brilliant. Thank you. I tell you what, by the time I was done prepping everything and then talking to class, normally on that day for me to like relax. It was several days. I'm like, woo, I'm done. All right, go check it out.
Now which one shot the ping pong ball?
Finally!
Yay! All right.
Finally!
Good way to end it.
And on a positive. Whee! I want to be just like you, baby.
All right, hey, just to reiterate a point, I had said it earlier, but Joe had a question. Did anybody find themselves, because of the angle and the way that the hat was, trying to look and work around the hat to get the shots to go where you wanted them to? Or did everybody just shoot through the brim?
Shoot through the brim.
Okay.
But I know what you're getting at. Because years ago I would have been like, hey, the hat's in the way.
Yeah, because it's not uncommon. You know, it's a psychological barrier that's put in the way. Down like that, and we're like, oh, how do I get that round to go? You know, even though we all know the round will go through that hat or, you know, that brim. Although there has been cases where pistol rounds have been deflected by the brim of a ball cap.
Isn't that crazy?
Yep. But, you know, I don't really worry about that. I just shoot through it. All right, so hey, we're gonna go straight into the range. We're going to shoot one drill that we didn't shoot yesterday, and we're going to do it as cold on demand. Again, just like we start off, you know, you want to see kind of where you're at because we don't get a warm up. Okay. Hopefully, you know, you build yourself a good routine before you leave the house. Number one, to flip that mental switch and get you in your combat bubble, or however you want to refer to it, in a proper mindset. And you know, part of that routine for me is a practice draw stroke out, checking to make sure my gun's loaded up, re-indexing the gun out, and reverse engineering the draw stroke into the holster, and at least I got 2 practices. You know, that routine can be whatever you want it to be. I know some people that, you know, make sure their gun's dried out and they do, you know, half a dozen to a dozen, you know, draw strokes prior to leaving the house, and then they load their gun up in that. Make it whatever, you know, you want it to be. It's just something that needs to be consistently done every time you put a gun on and get ready to leave. Like I said, the biggest thing for me is that mental switch that it throws, and know that I might have to shoot somebody today. So we're going to go in there and shoot this. It's a relatively complex drill, okay, but don't let it overwhelm you. Okay, remember, a gunfight is just a problem for you to solve. Okay, you know where we're targeting and the anatomy that you need to hit. So there is a simulated heart on there. There's a ping pong ball also up in the head, although I don't advocate a headshot on this particular drill. If you can pull it off, by all means. Okay? Think about the 4 rules, and we're going to do a safety brief and a med brief like we do prior to training every day anyway. But especially remember rule 4. Be sure of the threat, what's beyond it, what's around it, what's in between you and the threat. Because there's going to be multiple no-shoots that are out there. And you don't want to, get great shots on the bad guy and go through and hit the other target that's right behind it, or shoot the target. So the one that you were supposed to shoot is the one with the hat on. I'm going to say again, the one you're supposed to shoot is the one with the hat on. Your indication it's time to go is when he starts moving. Okay? You can move to get an angle. The target's going to be moving. I'm not a big proponent of shooting and moving. Okay, because it doesn't work out real well. Okay, so if you're going to move, I highly encourage you to plant your feet before you shoot. Yes.
Just a quick tag on. for the videos we watched yesterday, a lot of the misses faded related to.
Yep, absolutely. Okay. Remember that rule number 4. Okay. The only thing that I will say that is somewhat unrealistic on this is don't run up and knock the other targets out of the way. Okay. You might have to move somebody. Okay. And Joe, do you mind if I use you for an example? I'm not going to knock you down or anything. Bad guys behind Joe, I might come back and reach out past him and get them out of the way. The targets are going to fall down, they're going to break, and then it won't be set up for everybody else. Okay? Like I said, until I can figure out something better, that's the one limitation I have to put on it. Now you can get closer, okay? Just don't get on the other side of the target. The walls are no shoots. So if you get so far at an angle and there's wall behind it, okay, that's a food court full of people. All right, Bill, you ready? On the movement. Whenever you conduct your post-shooting protocols, everything's right in your world and it's back in the holster, we'll know that you're complete. All right, go down and check them, Bill.
I got one shoot there.
Grab tape.
Yeah. Now we're going, take a break.
I heard this shit. Yep, put on his hips. All right, when your post-shooting protocols are done, you think everything's right in your world and it's back in the holster, we can go down and check it. Going for there.
Yeah. Totally messed that up.
So, when we got here, do we have a good angle? We could have.
Yeah, but I was trying to cheat the system because this is smaller and I have more room back there. And that's where my thought process went. Is
Sure.
If I can get here, I'm less likely to hit there.
Mm-hmm.
But clearly it didn't.
But it's hard,
Yep.
right? And yeah, the head's moving, but it's actually stationary. So one of the things, I want to bring up with everybody too is what are all the ones without a hat?
No shoots.
No shoots, right? Okay. Can we be flagging everybody that are no shoots? Remember when I talked about shooting's easy, but where the complexity comes in is everything else?
Yep.
That's something that we need to think about. You know, if he goes behind somebody else, we need to get it into a ready position and then come back out. Now there is, you know, a time and a place, and it is difficult. We want to try and minimize it, not to flag everybody. Sometimes we don't have a choice, but we want to try and minimize it as much as we can. So when I talked yesterday about working in and around people and being muzzle aware and averting your muzzles and trigger finger aware, this drill kind of emphasizes that.
Get your hands! Get your hands!
No, push you. All right, once you conducted your post-shooting protocols, take a deep breath, and it's back in the holster. I know that you're good. You hit this guy in the arm a couple times. Yep, and you had to shoot through on this guy. But as you got going, you got tunnel focused on him and you forgot about everybody else. So that wide spectrum of awareness, it's hard, but we got to stay focused. They get good hit on the heart. So.
Good job.
You just killed 3 bystanders.
Gotcha. All right.
But that's where it makes it difficult.
Appreciate it. Thank
May I
you.
go next?
Yeah. Where are you going? Okay. From here? Yep. If you need to load, get to make ready, check status. All right, Abner, on the movement. All right, when it's back in the holster, everything's right in your world. Go ahead and go down and check.
Hit anybody else?
I don't think so. I didn't really see it. I saw one whiz pass, but I think it was just the bullet wound. I don't think it hit the heart.
Nice. I think he has one on the black shirt in the back.
Okay. Yeah, y'all help me out here because they don't have new shirts on them.
And you know what? And if I hit anybody, it'll stay in the video.
All right, Abner, on the movement. All right, when it's back in the holster, everything's right in your world. Go ahead and go down and check.
Did I hit anybody else?
I don't think so. I didn't really see it. I saw one whiz pass, but I think it was just the bullet wound. I don't think
Are these me?
It's the heart. Nice.
Cool.
I think he has one on the black shirt in the back.
Okay. Yeah, y'all help me out here because they don't have new shirts on them.
And you know what? And if I hit anybody, it'll stay in the video.
Failure is not a bad thing.
No, it's not. I'd rather fail here.
All the time, we're never going to grow.
Yeah.
We're never going to grow.
I'd rather fail here than out there.
Out on the street. Excellent.
That's what we call
with
speed
your
reload.
reload, nice reload by the
Yeah,
way.
that is.
If you get your hands up, just like with your semi-auto, tends to keep your head up a little bit more. So
Okay.
what I'll do is I'll get it in, I'll do a quick look, turn it, get a quick look. Or once it's in, I keep my head up and keep that awareness. Let's go give him a check.
I did have a last round. Yeah, it's falling out, so.
So you've got enough to push
Nice.
it back.
Oh, I nicked it at the top, okay.
Nick is it?
The top's better than the bottom.
Yeah, that's higher order.
On the ground! On the ground!
All right, once you conduct your post-shooting protocols, it's back in the holster. You can go check it. Y'all, I want you to stay right where you're at. Okay? I want you to look forward, look at the bad guy.
I am Jeff, and him.
Yeah, that's
So he has a gun, but he's an armed citizen.
Yeah.
All right, go check your shots on the target, on the bad dude.
If anyone does not want to be videoed, tell me, please.
Hey babe, can you grab a white tape?
You get the heart?
No.
You get the heart?
Oh, hold on, Bill's got it, baby. Thank you, Bill. Yep. Okay, 2 good breaths. Oh, here we go. Out of the room. You can move your feet if you need to move. There you go. Okay. Good. Remember your post-shooting protocols. Look around. Is there anybody else I need to shoot? Now we take a deep breath. Carefully put it in the room. Excellent.
Great job.
Good job.
Nice.
Might give her a hand.
Yes.
And hit him.
Okay, you were off
look
just
good
a
doing it.
little bit to the right. Yep.
Yeah, okay. That's crazy how your vision just like,
Good.
wah! Yeah. Alright.
All right, go ahead and do whatever you need to do to your gun when it's back in the holster. Take those breaths like we talked about. Okay, 2 good breaths. your feet if you need to move. There you go. Okay. Good. Remember your post shooting protocols. Look around. Is there anybody else I need to shoot? Now we take a deep breath. Carefully put it into the holster. Excellent. Good job.
Nice.
Somebody give her a hand.
Yes.
Okay, you walk
Look,
just a
they're doing
little
it.
bit to the right. Yeah.
That's crazy how your vision just like.
Go.
Yeah.
So what I did with Tanya, and everybody else can do it. I should have said it at the beginning, but. Hold on. Is he still moving? Okay. Once you conduct your post-shooting protocols and it's back in the holster and you've taken a deep breath, know if we're good.
This
All
drill
right.
scrambles your
Let's go
brain.
down and check it.
It really does.
It just. Did you go? Yep.
And then I'm like,
Where did he go?
My dot, but I don't know where my dots point.
Yeah, and I got news for you, and I'm going to say it with this camera running. I never saw my dot. I indexed the cowling of the optic on the center of his chest because I could not see my dot.
It ain't over yet.
And I've done this a bunch of times.
Okay, as the gun comes through cycle function and felt recoil and it comes back down, are they still there? Are they still a threat? Do I need to engage? Ready to engage? Once they go down, hands come up or something like that, or in this case, this guy stops moving, then we know we can finish our assessment and we can check everybody else.
Totally didn't see anybody else.
Yep. Yep. We're going to talk about the effects of the physiology that goes on with adrenaline and cortisol late this afternoon. Okay. Let's go ahead and check your shots. So.
I love it.
That's the stuff that's in his head. And like 2
And he
days,
lays
we
it-
didn't even talk. Like I think we passed in the hallway.
And he lays awake at night thinking.
That's all. Yeah, I know what night like this. It's class, and I know like a week of the class. Like,
Because
don't
remember,
flood his mind.
All right, on the movement, sir. Good. When everything's right, you roll this back in the holster. You can go down and check them. That was Robert's. This one was yours. Here?
That one's mine. Yeah.
Yep, as he was going. And then as he got over here, did you feel yourself put foot on the gas?
Yeah, because it was clear.
Yeah.
So I went
Right. But remember, if he falls, I can't make him do that. Remember that pacing that we talked about yesterday.
Yeah.
Okay, how'd you do on your fingers?
I got a couple.
Good. Oh, can't sort of. Those of you, so at this time.
hey, can I use your free guinea pig?
Yes, matter of fact. Mines are back there, by the way.
No,
To watch.
camera.
Oh, yeah.
Camera. All right. The key to this is you cannot touch the lens when they go on.
Gotcha. I won't
Okay.
touch anything with this.
Touching his gun. Good
Are
boy,
they?
Ak.
Are
Good
they?
boy.
Are they? Are
Pat
they
him on
centered
the head.
where you want them?
They're fine.
Okay.
You motherfucker.
Once you continue your post-shoot protocols and everything is right in your roll and back in the holster, we can go and check them. All right. I was giving you, because I knew that there's an angle here, I was going to see if you were going to move. Because it's real easy. We get our feet in cement.
Right.
And it's like, we forget how to move.
And it's funny because I was thinking if I go to a hard low, then this guy who I might not know might. So I got to compress it a little and
Yeah.
kind of think all this shit.
You got to work it. Let's see how you do.
Those are low, I think. Oh, okay. Lower than I thought, but
Yeah, bottom part of the heart.
bottom part of the heart, not where I want it, but
That's it.
Here's Kenny.
Good
Top of
job,
the
Ak.
heart, bottom of the heart.
Nice.
like I said, a little lower, but not too low. Lower than
Yeah.
I wanted, but
You got him in the heart though.
and offset.
So how'd everybody like the, what I refer to as the redneck mover? Really kind of puts everything together, doesn't it?
We run back would be proud of you.
Yeah, I think it's a really good way to do it, and like I said, that the way that I've implemented the moving target has evolved over the last couple of years. So it really started out as just a lateral mover to get people to be able to move their gun and continue to follow through and that. And now it's like, well, I can make this even better, I think. And all it takes is moving some target stance around and either skinning new targets if there's paper. The mover originally started with a paper target. And then I was like, I bet I can do this with these, 3D mannequin things that I've cobbled together. And the thing that's nice about that is the base moves 360, so you can move that 3D target at different angles and that also to give a different look. So you really got to take that into account while you're trying to assess all the other things. So how many people got just focused in and didn't even see the other targets when they got going? Yeah, I know there was a couple. It's easy to do. It's what our body does under stress. This afternoon, after the scenario is done, we're going to come back and we're going to talk about the post-shooting protocols dealing with law enforcement and some of the physiological effects that go in under our body. Because it happens to everybody. It doesn't matter how much you're trained, but the more training and experiential base you get, the more ability we have to control these things. Okay, but where we start to be able to control them is have an understanding of what actually is going on in the body, so it's not something foreign to us. Even if, and most people have experienced different levels of stress, and now, going back to the example I gave, hey, when a car, pulls out in front of you and you hit the brakes and swerve and do all the stuff I talked about, we get that adrenaline dump. It's a little bit different than an armed encounter, and even force on force, that's as close as we can get to really replicating it. And when we do the scenario, I'm sure several people are going to be pretty amped up with it. We still can't replicate an actual lethal force encounter, but until we start using live bullets and shooting at each other, there's no way for us to do it. Sims and Airsoft and really good scenario work is the closest we can get. But again, we're building an experiential base and understanding how to work through these problems, giving ourselves a mental Rolodex of similar experiences, and having the ability to get those physiological effects in check. So good. I'm glad y'all liked it. I hope you got something out of that.
Very much. Very good. Very much.
So now we've talked a whole bunch about inducing trauma. Now we're going to talk about the treatment of trauma. Okay, the part where it's hard to get people in the seat. So when I put, hey, we're going to be on the range for a while, and oh, by the way, we're going to do a little bit of medical, it works out pretty well. Okay? So this isn't our full medical class. This is abbreviated, but it hits all the highlights, and it gives you the tools that if you do walk out of here and roll up on a car accident, or get in a gunfight and somebody is injured, you should be able to sustain. Because we're not doing treatments. A lot of times when people teach these medical classes, they're like, oh, this treatment for this. We're not fixing anything. We're providing stopgaps so EMS can get there, so we can get them to the doctors that can actually fix stuff. Okay? And one thing of note on this is trauma care has gotten so good that if you can get them in a trauma center in front of the doctors, their chance of survival is ridiculous. Baltimore shock trauma several years ago, if you get them in the door and they are still alive, they have a 96% chance of walking out the door. And it doesn't matter what the injuries are, but that's how good they are. And same thing with Vanderbilt. Same thing with all these other level 1 trauma centers. So, if we can do something to sustain life and get them through that higher echelon of care, their chances of survival go up exponentially. And, the type of wounds we've seen, unless, the bad guys, do a CNS shutdown, and either through their practice and training, or they get lucky, they hit you in the head, or, they hit you in the aortic arch, something like that. If you can get in and you can do a stopgap and keep the red stuff going around and around on the ground, cover up the holes that weren't intended to be there, and get them to EMS, they're probably going to be okay. And the thing is with pistol rounds that we talked about, all they do is poke holes. You know, ours do and theirs do the same. So we want to try and minimize us, you know, getting any new holes. But sometimes it just happens. Okay? Can we, you know, come out on top of this fight because we did all the proper training and still be injured and hurt? Yeah, we absolutely can. Can we come out on top of the encounter, win it, and still die? Absolutely. We sure as heck can. Okay? And that's something, again, you know, kind of bringing the realities into it, we have to understand. Now, we mitigate that stuff through realistic, relevant, recent training to hope that it doesn't happen. And I hope to God, if any of you are ever, you know, in an altercation, that what you learned here helps you out and you come out on top and you don't have any extra holes for that. But, you know, hope is not a good strategy. Okay? We've got to be as prepared as possible. So what we're going to talk about in this, kind of our scheme maneuver, what we're going to learn is what is this class and how we teach it. Why do we train like that? We've already kind of talked about that, the reason for it and its importance yesterday. The difference between this class and traditional EMS training. Now, by all means, I don't, you know, mean that you don't go take, you know, an EMTB class or even a Red Cross first aid class or anything like that. The more training that we can get, the bigger the experiential base that we can create, the better off that we're going to be, the more prepared we're going to be. But there are some differences. If you go into a Red Cross class or if you go into an EMT or an EMS style class, their priorities are different than people that tote guns for the most part. Okay? So there are some differences, so just know that. I'm real big on mental checklists. Y'all have probably heard me say several times, you know, post-shooting protocols, why protocol, fast protocol, whatever you want to call it. And I don't really care what you do, just that you do something and do it correctly. With doing medical care, having a good mental checklist is important because with the previous drill that y'all just did, and you don't have, nobody has to answer this, but I'm sure everybody had some adrenaline dump, some cortisol dump, and a little bit of nervousness when they got up there, especially when we're doing something in front of our peers and something that's as complex as that. So we don't want to screw up. We want to do well, you know. And so having these mental checklists is important for us because when that adrenaline is flowing, and if we get out of sequence or we don't know what to do, we can take a couple deep breaths, get our heart rate under control and adrenaline and cortisol under control, and we can come back to one of these mental checklists. And I had that happen. I was teaching a 2-day class back when I used to teach for technical response out in Virginia. And at the end of that class, kind of similar to what we're going to do this afternoon, but there was a little scenario, not as complex as the one we're doing this afternoon. Use if something does kick off and somebody gets injured. Okay? It's just, again, going back to the drill that we just did, okay? We had one person and we were engaging a bad guy and we were the good guys. We had some shoot-throughs there, but think about if that was active shooter or they just are indiscriminately trying to fire at you, where those other bullets going? Potentially in other people. So, you know, this pocket kit's going to go real quickly. So is there other stuff that I can use if I understand what I'm trying to accomplish? So we want to learn how to quickly evaluate the patient for bleeding and breathing problems, and you'll understand why that is here in a minute. How to stabilize these problems, stopgap them, when appropriate time to call 911, because in the middle of, you know, the gunfight where we're going bang, I'm dialing 911, bang, I'm trying to put a tourniquet on, bang, hey 911, you know, that's not the appropriate time to do it. Once we've taken care of the threat, rendered medical aid, maybe directed somebody to call 911. It might be multiple people also, because what's everybody want to do with their phones nowadays? Instead of calling 911, they'd rather put you on Instagram, Snapchat, you know, see how many likes that they can get. And we can do something about these things. That's the thing. With a little bit of training, we can do something about these things out in the world. Okay, so getting into bleeding, and this is not to insult anybody's intelligence, but just to make sure that we're all on the same level playing fields here. Capillary bleeding is just slow bleeding that oozes out from a wound. Okay, everybody here has had road rash, right? Or a bruise. Anybody never had one of those things? Okay, because all a bruise is just breaking the capillaries and there's no way for it to escape, so it pools under the skin and then eventually turns black and yellow and blue and all that stuff. Okay. Venous bleeding, it's dark red because it's deoxygenated blood that's going back to the heart and out to the lungs to get oxygenated and pushed out into the system. The times that are on there is if there's a compromise, depending on the size of that particular vessel, how long it will take you to bleed out. Okay, so because it's a negative return system with venous bleed, that deoxygenated blood, our veins have little valves in them. So every time the heart contracts, when it relaxes, it causes negative pressure, which pulls the blood back. It gets past that valve, and then when the heart goes to contract again and has positive pressure, the valve flops back on itself. Okay, so it's a slower, and so it's not under that high pressure system like the arteries are, so that's why it oozes out. Why it's dark color is because it's deoxygenated blood. Okay, arterial bleeding is what we're worried about because it's under a high pressure system. Every time that heart contracts, and if there's a compromise in that vessel, it's going to go out that hole. Okay, so high pressure system. Think of it like I use the analogy of a garden hose. Everybody here has gotten a drink out of a garden hose, yes? Okay. We haven't gotten to the point yet where nobody has, or at least I won't admit it yet. Okay. But how do you get a drink out of a garden hose, right? You take it, you kink it off, yeah, you turn it on, and then you carefully let go so you can get a drink, unless, like, I'm doing it to Donnie, and then I let it go, and it shoots him in the face, right? Okay. Now think about that. We got it kinked, and we turn the water on, and it's under a high pressure system, and I pull a knife out, and I put a slit in it. Okay, where does all the water go? It goes shooting out the slit, right? Because it's our high pressure system. So our arteries are like that garden hose, okay, that we have kinked off. If we have a compromise and it's leaking out, we need to kink the hose off somewhere higher up to stop the water or the blood from flowing out. Okay. Tourniquet use is how we do that. Okay, how do we kink off that hose with tourniquet use? Diffuse pressure that pushes the vessel or our hose into the bone that's in there to effectively kink it off. 30 seconds to 3 minutes depending on the size of the vessel. So it goes back to, remember when I was talking about response times and that? If we don't do things, we have to be our own first responders. Okay, you can have the fastest response time on the face of the planet, like you were just around the corner and you know you got there and you could not stop.
Yep.
Homeboy Hulk Hogan and his wife. Okay.
Yeah, but he got his Chevy sandwich, so it worked out.
Okay, so that worked out. Still, she got injured though.
Yeah.
She sure did.
But so it can be relatively quick. Now I can't find the video, and I really wish I could because I want to embed it into this just to drive home the point. Okay, bless you.
Bless you.
And I have looked all over, and I have had a bunch of other people look all over for it. But there's a video that's rolling around out there. It happened somewhere in Asia. Okay, it's a security camera footage. It's up in the corner. It's an outside dining area on the sidewalk, and then there's a road that's going by. And so there's two guys. There's the one guy. He's got his phone in his hands, and he's having an altercation with another guy that's there. And then he's got a partner, and there's another person that's standing there. He has an altercation with the dude. He walks out of the camera frame, and he comes back. And if you look down at it, he's got a knife down on his side.
And he stabs a guy in the leg.
Yes.
I saw that 4 days ago.
Thanks for ruining my story.
I'm sorry, but I just saw it for the first time 4 days ago, and I don't even remember where.
If you know where it's at, and you can send me a link.
Not a clue.
Okay.
Not a clue.
So anyway.
I'm sorry, but I'm just like, I've never seen it before.
Yep. So he walks up, and I don't know if it was intentional targeting or just by happenstance, but he hits him right here in the leg, and it's just a quick.
Yeah, he literally goes, and he just walked off.
Yep. He says one more thing to him, yep, and he turns around and he walks away. This is what the guy does. He's standing there on the phone. He probably cusses at him. There's no sound to it. He looks down at his phone again. He looks down. There's a big pool of blood. Okay. He looks back at his phone. He takes a step like this.
And he goes.
Looks at his phone. He looks down again at the pool of blood, and he falls over. Time from him getting poked to him falling over is 27 seconds.
Yeah.
Hit the femoral artery.
Yeah.
And it spewed out all over the place. So it just goes to show how quickly this can happen if we don't do something
Yes.
to keep the red stuff going round and round.
Yeah.
Okay.
She just mentioned the girl that was attacked on the train in Charlotte.
Yep, that's another
And she looked
example.
down and
She's
she
like,
knew she was gonna die. And she just sat there and balled up and just cried to death.
Yep, and nobody did
Nobody
anything.
did anything.
And that's the same thing with this video. So remember I said it was an outside dining? Okay, so he falls, there was a table right here. As he falls, he kind of bumps the table. You know what the people that were sitting there did? They picked the table up, they moved it over about 6 feet, set it back down, grabbed their chairs and went back to eating their dinner. That guy, he was non-responsive at 27 seconds. He ended up bleeding out and dying in about 2 minutes.
Wow.
Total. So, it was something that somebody, by kinking off that hose or at least getting pressure on it and keeping the rest of it, could have saved his life. Now on an arm, we only need to get about 4 or 5 inches. On a leg, we want to secure as much Velcro as possible. Okay. Once that's there, and if you got a tail, you can let it hang. Doesn't matter whether we go clockwise or counterclockwise. Okay. And so, because we put that red tab towards the inside, the turning thingy should be available. And then as we start to twist it, if we've taken all the slack out and on a new tourniquet, these have been used hundreds of times, so they're stretched out. But we should start feeling pressure. And then we twist until the bright red bleeding stops, and then we hook it under. And then once that happens, then we go ahead and secure it with the securing Velcro and take the time if you so desire. Yeah, so that's a good point, Maria. So, like, obviously we're doing this over top of the clothing, right? Because we got to get it on fast, quick, and in a hurry. This time of year where it's cold, Maria's sitting here in a big puffy jacket. Okay? That might mess up that diffuse pressure we're trying to get to kink off that hose. So this would be the one instance that if I have to get a tourniquet in place, just like you did now, to be able to put the tourniquet on, if it's somebody other than me, I would take the coat off or take it off like you did.
Okay, Shane, come here.
Yep.
My watch isn't reading anything.
Nice.
Yeah, I can't get it.
Once you get it, you can go ahead and let it go, because I know that they're uncomfortable.
Keep going. Come on, keep going.
Yep, that's the face I'm looking for. Because we don't have active bleeding to be able to see if the bleeding stops, so I look for this face.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That, I think I'm starting getting cold.
It's where you get a pipe and just.
That was fun being the Air Force guy in the Army medical class. And they put 4 of these on me. Yeah.
Once you get it, then you can release it or whatever, and go ahead and repackage them up the way that you want to.
Get some blood flow going.
Feel like I'm signing up.
Pretty
See what
far,
it reads.
so
I'm running blood gas right now.
Does that make sense to everybody? Everybody get a good application of the tourniquet? Okay, so now if we're going to do one on the leg, whether it's on us or somebody else, we always carry all this Batman utility stuff in our pockets, right? Flashlights and knives and OC pepper spray and bones and all that, okay? Wherever the wound is, when we go to put this on, we want to get that stuff out of the pockets, okay? Because anything that's going to disrupt that diffuse pressure that we're trying to get to kink off the hose, it's going to make it ineffective. Okay, now you don't have to take all the stuff out of your pockets here. I would say if your phones are in a lower pocket, I would take them out because most definitely will break those. Okay, but just know that we're going to get them up nice and high where it truncates, but you can go lower in this case. Don't put it on a joint on your kneecap because you will damage it. But what I want everybody to do is I want everybody to look up at me really quick before we get applying these, and I want you to watch when I say we need to take the slack out of these, what we actually need to do, okay? So I don't need the loop because I got faculty of both hands, hopefully, okay? Once I get this relatively where it's tight, okay, now I want you to watch what I'm going to do. And I'm making this as tight as I possibly can and securing as much Velcro as I can. Because if we don't do this, I'm not going to get the twisty pressure I need. And so, like I said, these are really stretched out. Normally I'd get pressure about there, but right there I'm already starting to feel pressure. Okay? And we really need to crank down on these to occlude that vessel to actually stop the blood flow. Now, TCCC's recommendation is with any of these tourniquets, but specifically on a leg, and for a while they were teaching just right off the bat, 2 tourniquets on a leg.
Yep.
Because they weren't having the efficacy with a single tourniquet. Reason for that is because like the military guys, they tend to have really big legs because they carry heavy stuff on their backs all the time. And so one tourniquet wasn't getting enough to cut it off. So they were putting.
Is that because it wasn't high enough, or it just wasn't?
No, it couldn't get enough diffuse pressure to kink off the hose because the musculature in the legs is so big.
Gotcha.
And so we put whatever you have for a second tourniquet, whether it's a commercial, improvised or whatever, as close to the other one as we can get it. So then we widen that diffuse pressure band that's there, and then we're having some efficacy.
That's cute. So try walking
with
it on. That's not comfortable.
Yeah, you go ahead and let it do the test. So you know.
Yes. We were also taught that if you can get more than 3 turns on the windlass, then the tourniquet's not tight enough. Is that?
Yeah, I mean, if you're not getting pressure and it's not starting to slow down with a turn or two, you probably haven't gotten all the slack out of it. Because with these tourniquets here, with the cats specifically, there's the outer webbing that's got the Velcro and stuff on it, and then there's this inner webbing that's here, and it can only go so far. So actually, if I pull on this, we can see that I get extra inner webbing on this. And so if I have all that, if this isn't tightened down because it's on the inside, I'm going to be twisting and I'm not actually getting pressure. And that's what happened to this, one of the medics in the Ukraine, is that he didn't tighten this down and he kept twisting it, and then he'd secure it and it wasn't working, and he twisted some more and he eventually broke the inner band.
Snap it off.
Yeah.
Okay.
So luckily, I don't know how many tourniquets that cat had, but he had 4 tourniquets on that dude, broke one, and then put another one on. Where these, with the soft tees, it's just this band right here. They're all a little bit different. Get that, we're gonna get our packing material, and however we're gonna open it up, and I know these are just rolled up for the most part, but I'm gonna get an end of it. You want to get a little ball, so that helps put pressure on it, that's good. And then I'm going to replace that finger. I'm going to put the finger on top, I'm going to get it down to where that is, and then I'm going to grab this and start feeding it finger over finger. So I keep pressure on where that wound originates from until I fill the space. Now, I know a lot of people will start jamming thumbs in there. Okay, we can cause a lot of damage. Plus, I don't have as much dexterity in my thumbs, so what I like to do is use my index fingers to do it. Okay. Once I get that space filled up, if I have anything that's left on top, I'm going to put it on top, get my dressing out, and then this quote-unquote sterile part, the absorbent material, I'm going to get that over the top of it. If they need them to help, I can say, hey, put your hand there. And then I'm going to secure it. Now, some of you have these old Israeli dressings with this anchoring point on it. If you do, I don't use it for the purposes of this. These things rip off easy if we use it as directed. There's ways to anchor them otherwise. But we're just going to use this as an A-trap. And then every time I pull, I'm going to pull all the elasticity out. And I'm going to wrap it around until I get to the end. And then we either have Velcro that's there. These have hooks on them. We can pull up just an end and stick it underneath. And the elasticity will hold it in place, but we want to get all that pressure down to where I pack that packing material in. Okay? Does that make sense to everybody? So just keep thinking, find where the bleeding
Were you
is,
trying to put it
really
on?
get pressure on it
Were you
with
trying
the
to put it
finger,
on?
Yeah.
and then
Yeah, just
replace
Velcro.
the finger
Like that? Yeah.
with packing material.
This is designed
There is no stupid questions, only
to make sure that the Velcro can't let loose. And then hook the other side.
If the hole is so deep that you can't get to it,
My wife works in the public school system. She knows how to do this. Combat is just part of her training.
And you can't get down in
You
there.
didn't mess
We
in.
won't rip open to try to get to it, but.
If it's in a place where, hey, I can't
Tourniquets,
get,
packing wounds.
I'm not sure about the packing material,
we have to
and I can
do
put
a
a
training
tourniquet
on how
on.
to administer EpiPen, which I used to carry. I used to
If you
carry an
can't do
EpiPen.
that,
I didn't
then
need
I'll
it, but I
just start
just had
packing
one.
and in hopes that I get enough in there. that I
And
can
they
pressure
keep
on
way longer than their expiration
I
date.
know I had mine for years.
Get all the way to the bottom. Yeah, no, that's a great question. Come back around and
And that's what creates your downward pressure.
That's
Okay.
exactly it.
That's what I thought. That's what I thought I remembered.
Yep,
But
you got it, you're spot on.
cool.
All right, I'm gonna walk around the room. If I'm staring at you, it's because I'm recording.
I love all the PSS hats.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah, if you're not wearing a PSS hat, you're not gonna get recorded. So sorry. I'm just messing with you. Hey, look, girl, you're pretty.
You just had more made?
No, you need to.
Oh, you need to, you put fabric out of it. My God, your lid just went flying.
Yeah, I'm not trusting you on that.
Get some OTG action here on camera.
Oh, this one feels good.
Hey, I don't want to know what you do and why that feels
Yeah,
good.
she's like, this hole feels good. Hey, are you gonna show Greg Ellifritz's Walmart bag and carabiner tourniquet?
Probably not, because I'm trying to get these other.
Crazy, isn't he?
Yeah.
I love him. Gorilla Ellifritz.
Yeah. Screw that. Good. You're all right.
How you doing, Donnie?
I get it. I'm starting to get arthritis here. And I can tell when I spew. Like, all right, when it comes spewing out, we're gonna go.
Yeah, YouTube's gonna have a kit over this.
Yeah. There you go.
Dear YouTube AI, nobody is dying. This is a silicone artificial limb.
Yeah. Here, put it up. That's okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. The head's facing me. Hey, and on this too, once you get it tightened down, when you go to twist the windlass, you don't get a whole lot because whatever material that they use on this, it's just not very forgiving. So
we stop it?
yep, so it stops it and then you can go ahead and secure it. It doesn't matter how many twists you got. You got it. As long as we know, we twist till the bright red bleeding stops.
Leave it on there?
And then, yeah, you can go ahead and secure it.
I just had it on there and I let it go.
The one, yeah, go back to that one. And then don't forget your securing. Yeah, you can put that through also and then go over the top with your securing belt for this one right here.
And for the people in the comment section, they're gonna lose their mind because the gauze went flying and hit the floor. Cover the broad spectrum antibiotics, please.
Yeah, so the thing is that all wounds are dirty wounds just because of the nature of how we incur them. So we want to try and keep things, as clean as possible, but sterility is out the window. So when they get into a hospital ER, as soon as they get an IV on board, the first thing you're going to do is give them wide spectrum antibiotics.
Where's the wrap?
Oh, hold on, we
They
got
gave him a
to
bandage.
grab that right here. I'm sorry, that's my fault.
Huh? Oh, no, I was gonna keep packing, because I still got volume.
You still got mine to keep packing if you need to. And somebody grab me one more, that one right there. Like it. Man knows what he's doing.
You better, because he's gonna have to tell me what to do.
Husband,
You
wife.
could feel the,
Yeah, there's a,
okay.
I mean, Maria
Mine's
yanked
not.
his arm out of socket and it's 90 degrees the other way now.
He's a nubby.
But, yeah, if on
He's
the
already
bottom
been
corner
amputated.
down in there is a little bit of little slit. It's only like about a 1/4 inch. But you can feel it if you get your finger in there.
Okay, so you should feel it first before you put the ball in, or just?
Yeah,
Okay.
and so that starts your direct pressure. So like if my slit is right here, I get my finger on it, now I've already arrested some of that bleeding.
This is
And you put the ball in on top.
part of the
it.
reason I would never use gloves.
Yeah, they're a pain in the butt.
Yes, they are.
And we try and tape down the chuck pads that are in here, the absorbent pad to get the stuff, but it's actually a really good representation of clothing. Because you gotta fight the clothing, even if you say you cut it, unless you strip them completely naked, you gotta fight that clothing while you're trying to do this too. And it can be pretty problematic.
I'm gonna grab the other camera.
Packing material for each of you.
Thank you.
Okay. And let me fill the reservoir, and then when it starts to spill out, that's your go signal.
Ooh, this is juicy.
All right, wait till the last person goes.
Oh my goodness! Oh, my wife
I
is
see
over
what you're
there.
saying
Yeah.
about it being hard to turn
So
on
we twist till when?
till we have resistance.
The
right?
bleed.
Till the bleed
stops.
stops, rather,
Yep.
yeah.
So let's just go ahead and
Okay.
secure it because you're not going to be in. There you go. And we're just putting it underneath.
Okay, here we go.
There you go. And then you put your Velcro in place.
Got my Velcro. Okay.
Because I'm going to have to do this multiple times.
Yep, still going. Just I didn't get tight enough.
Well, this one's still going too. I just.
I'm running out of fabric for it to grab, but it's good and tight.
You got it. Now secure it. Yep. In theory, it's supposed to kink off the hose underneath, but whatever material that they use to make that.
Nope.
Yep, just like that.
Not your thumbs. Not your thumbs.
It just doesn't work as advertised.
Oh, that camera's battery just died.
I think we got it.
Well, I think she's gonna win. I think she's gonna win. How you doing over there, babe? She's a school teacher. She's used to combat. Well, I'm sorry. She's not a school teacher. Hang on, hang on. She's a speech language pathologist in the public school system of Tennessee.
Yeah, it definitely gets in the way. It is a great simulation for clothing or whatever.
It is. It wasn't planned, like I was planning to catch all the blood and try and keep it somewhat
Yeah,
clean,
somewhat
but
clean.
a result of it was that it,
Puppy pads?
yeah, it's good clothing.
Good job, honey.
I think the thing that's surprised me the most about this, just watching, is the sheer physicality needed.
Needed, yeah. I mean, especially this tourniquet. I mean, if you don't have the hand strength to crank it down. Is there, and
This
that
has
holds-
Velcro
Oh,
on the
okay.
back. Just because these get reused, when they come out of the packaging, they're more user-friendly. All right, excellent. You both got it. Go ahead and take off the pressure dressings. If you wouldn't mind, roll them up for the next person. Then take the packing material and put it into the garbage can. Take the tourniquets off, set it on the side so it's up for the next person.
Hello.
Please and thank you.
Thank you for your instructions, sir. We appreciate it.
Physicality, I don't know if y'all noticed, but Bill was over there huffing and puffing as he was doing it.
Yeah.
The whole time, if you could listen, I heard his breathing, I don't know if you noticed.
Oh, yeah.
He was very much.
You know, these people are a bunch of sinners because they call themselves his friends.
Part of it's the physicality,
Pretty cool,
part of
isn't
it
it?
is that the
Yeah.
adrenaline spike that people get when they do this. Because even though we know it's all simulated, now we're putting it all together and there's
Yeah.
actual blood there. So people
Did
get
you just
amped
eat
up.
some?
Yeah, my mouth was open for that one.
Yum, yum.
It's okay, it's just water and
Yeah, I know.
red food.
And sometimes it might be, I take it in the hand and the arm and the gun ends up on the ground. Okay, so I got to bend down and retrieve it. Okay, and it doesn't matter which hand is hit. Okay, but finish the fight before we start doing our medical stuff. Next thing is, okay, what happens once there are no more threats? I think I'm relatively safe and I can start doing medical stuff. Okay, what do I do with the gun? My suggestion is, unless you are carrying open and strong side outside the waistband, I don't advocate to put it back into the holster. Because think about, you know, we're carrying concealed, we're out there in the world, either appendix or strong side. Now I want to put it back in the holster. How do I get the cover garment out of the way, get it back into the holster while I'm in an adrenalized state? I just survived, or, you know, partially survived right now this gunfight. I'm amped up and I'm injured, and now I'm going to put it back in the holster and shoot myself. Okay? So what I advocate for is, you know, if you can get behind a piece of cover, obviously all those applied tactics, find a place to set the gun down. Okay? If we have to, I'll use this gun here, set it down, muzzle oriented away from you, access, you know, whatever you need, if it's a tourniquet, okay, for this particular scenario, and get your tourniquet on, okay. Once that's done and you've secured that stuff, very carefully reach down, pick your gun up, and you can continue your scans, move into cover, or do whatever it is your next priority to work is. Why do I say really carefully? Because table starts in competition are the most dangerous starts that are out there. Because what happens? How do we grip things? Our whole hand, right?
Yeah.
So we initially, you don't realize you're doing this, you engage your thumb, you have a sympathetic reaction to the other 4 fingers that wrap around it, okay? That's why we have people so often, because as a trainer, what do we say more than probably anything? Get your finger out of the trigger, get your finger out of the trigger. There's several reasons for that, but the main one and the point that I'm making here is that our hands are designed to grip things like this and engage all our fingers. And these are just conveniently where I curl my fingers around. So when we pick things up off the table or the ground, we pick them up like we're supposed to, and our finger goes in there. And now all of a sudden the round is going. So we got to be muzzle aware, because what's more important, muzzle awareness, trigger finger awareness?
Muzzle.
Why?
Yes.
Because as long as it's in the safest possible environment, then the least amount of damage possible is going to occur.
Yep. They're both important, don't get me wrong, but if we have to assign a higher importance level to it, it's muzzle awareness. Because of the way we grip things, and also there's a Force Science Institute study with the British SAS where they filmed it, where we would do things like trigger confirmation. Is it still there? Even though we know it's there, is it still there? That's why we do tells with our guns. We know it's still there.
Well, their Brits and knives are illegal there.
That's true. That is true. Everything's illegal there. Then we can get back up and do what we need to do. Okay, but my suggestion is set the gun down so we're not messing with it. Don't try and put it back into the holster. Okay, does that make sense to everybody? Okay, and that's really all we're going to do is apply that with some live fire on the ring. All right, sir, I'm going to pound on this door and give me about 5 seconds.
Okay.
And then we can go, and you know the scenario, right? You got any questions?
All I know is that I'm going in there to deal with a Walmart situation.
Yep, and Tanya's up at the front of the store.
Oh, yeah,
And
okay.
you got to get to her.
Yeah, you know what? For the sake of the camera, yeah, cover it again. So
Yep.
basically, we're in the family, we're in the shopping. I've gone this way. Tanya has gone that way.
Yep,
Gunfire breaks out, and I need to make it back to my wife.
yep. You need
Okay.
to get through her and take care of whatever was in between you two.
Gotcha.
So you reunite.
All right.
All right. Are you ready to go?
I'm ready to go.
Okay, Kenny, you ready? Ready. Okay, and back in. Wall is there. You got to make your way around.
Told you, you should have left me alone, but you didn't, so this is what happened. I don't know what's gonna happen next time. Oh, I don't have to think about it.
Sir, on the ground! On the ground! Do it now! Am I checking him, or are we just...
Nope, let's get to the med. So he's going to come up out of play. Those two are obviously dead. You see blood spurting out of the arm on this guy here, and he's moaning and yelling like, man, I was shot in the arm.
Sir, what's going on?
I was shot.
You were shot?
Yeah. You just shot that dude that shot me.
Yeah, I did. What's the story? What's going on? Like
I don't know. He just started shooting.
he just started shooting, huh? This is gonna hurt like an MF'er, so bear with me, okay?
I'm with you.
Where are you from?
I'm from here.
What's your name?
Joe?
Joe? Is there anybody else in here that you care about?
No, I don't think so. I came in by myself. I'm getting some video games.
What kind of video games are you into?
Like the shoot 'em up kind, like just happened to me.
I'm so sorry to hear about that. I bet that hurts.
My leg hurts too.
Your leg hurts?
Ow, why you leaning on me?
Yeah, I bet that hurts. Woo, I'm a whole lot of due to one place, and I just crushed that artery. But you know what? I need you to keep bitching and squawking while I take care of this, okay?
Oh, I can do that.
Good. So you said there's nobody in here that you care about?
Nope.
No?
Nope. I'm a free bird, man.
You're a free bird, huh?
Yep. Ow, what are you doing?
Oh, you know, this, that, and the other. Just stay with me, okay? Keep talking to me. Keep talking to me.
What's your name?
My name is Jeff.
Jeff. Do you like video games, Jeff?
I do like video games. I used to play Modern Warfare back in the day.
Yeah.
I don't anymore.
Were you any good at it?
I was really good at it.
Yes, so you say. What was your handle on Modern Warfare?
Oh man, I don't even remember. It's so long ago.
Yep, I think
It was the original Modern Warfare.
Yeah, I know you're old.
Yep. So my kids tell me.
You got kids? How many kids you got?
Too many.
You married?
I am.
What's your wife's name?
Janice.
Janice. What did you say your name was again?
Jeff.
Jeff?
Bear with me for a second, okay? This is gonna get really tight.
You know what you're doing?
I do know what I'm doing.
Are you a doctor?
No, I stayed at a Holiday Inn. Actually, you don't want us doing that, right?
Yeah, no, you just go around.
I stayed at a Holiday Inn last night.
Oh, then you must know what
That's
you're
right.
doing.
How you doing? Keep talking to me.
I'm doing okay.
Good.
I'm a little scared that all you've done is stayed in the Holiday Inn Express last night.
How's your vision?
Good. Would you not kneel on my shin?
I'm not dealing on your shin.
You just did, homie.
How's your vision doing? Can you see okay?
I got my eyes closed, man. This hurts.
It's supposed to hurt, but your bleeding has stopped.
You got circulation down there, and the bleeding has stopped there, and you still have bleeding there, or the bleeding has stopped there.
Bleeding stopped here, okay.
And
All right.
seen.
Thank you, sir. Your training.
You did good, man. You kept talking to him the whole time. Excellent. Go ahead, take tourniquet off.
Will do.
Let's take this stuff off. Kenny, grab that.
I fucking told you, but you didn't listen. And now you're facing the consequences. You should have listened, but you didn't listen. Now I'm going for more people because of you.
Okay, go out onto the range. This isn't here. Okay, so you're a gunfighter, so I would have that gun on.
I'm gonna kill your friends and your family now. Oh, you want some of this?
Good. So he goes down. Okay. Remember, search around.
Okay.
Oh, two-handed grip on the gun. Okay. Look around. Make sure there's nobody else. Okay. We need to take care of. Okay. He's down. He's not responsive. Okay. So now he's out of play. Okay. He's gonna roll out of play. You see, these people are they look dead. Look at where the blood spots are. Okay. This guy's hollering here, and up on his arm there, where you see the little blood trickle, it's spurting out. He's just somebody that got shot.
Okay.
Okay. So that arm is spurting out arterial blood all over the place.
Okay.
Okay. You go ahead and put your gun away or set it down, one of the two. There we go. Okay. And right next to your right leg, there is your medical stuff that you keep. So remember, bright red spurting
Bright red
blood.
spurting
It's
out.
spurt, 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 spurt. Okay. And he starts talking to you. Hey, who are you?
Hey, I'm Tanya. I'm here to help you.
Tanya, how you doing? Are you single?
No, sir.
No? Well, darn. Man, my arm really hurts.
I know. I'm trying to help you. You're bleeding pretty bad.
The bright red bleeding stops.
All right.
Just remove that Velcro that's there. Put it into the keeper. There you go. Good.
By the pen, I write the time.
Yep, good.
Okay.
Okay.
Now,
And now he starts to tell you that his left leg is really bothering.
oh man. Ooh, yeah. All right, man. I've got to.
What are you doing? Are you sticking your finger in
Yes,
there?
sir. I'm assessing
That
your wound.
hurts.
I'm so sorry. I have to do this.
Are you sure you're not single?
Yes, sir. I am sure. I am happily married. My husband's here in the store. I gotta find him after I take care of you.
Well, I appreciate that. Are you a good Christian woman?
Yes, sir.
Do you mind praying with me?
Yes,
Do you know any prayers?
I know.
You're doing good. Good.
Okay, this is
Now
the,
take all the rest of this here and put it on
That's
top
right,
and then
thank
put
you.
pressure on it. There you go.
Father, and be with. Sir, what is your name?
Jebediah.
Jebediah. I know he's hurting right now, and there's others that are scared.
Just tear it open.
All right, man.
And it's in more plastic. There you got it. Here we go. There we go. Good, excellent. What I want you to do, I want you to step over with this leg,
Uh-huh.
pick his leg
Oh,
up,
okay, cool.
and put it on your knee like that.
Nice.
So now you can work.
I got it on the wrong. All right,
You
this'll
got
work.
no. You're
This'll
just
work.
you're just fine. Yep, there you go. And then spread that out as it comes up, the elastamaterial, and then pull it tight. So we're getting pressure that's down on it. There you go. Got it. Excellent. You're doing great.
So this one, of course, it would end as I'm.
That's okay.
underneath
Roll it
him.
back just a little bit, and then tuck it under.
Okay.
There you go. Good. All right. You hear screaming, and it's law enforcement that's coming. Okay. So we want to stand up. You know, show our hands, stuff like that. Okay. Go ahead and relax. Good job. Take care of it. You killed the bad guy.
You did. I want you to say that that hit, the way I was standing, I'm pretty sure that would have gone right into all the good spots.
It would have.
Yeah.
It would have. I watched it go. They're not that fast. You can see it go. That was a great shot.
Yeah.
You did awesome. Did you see your sights at all though?
No.
Probably
Did
not.
not.
But you had it parallel to the ground. You had it in your line of vision, and so you knew the sights were there.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
it's good. That's why we want to be efficient when we present the pistol, especially with their head.
It's yeah. It all makes sense. All of the whys behind all of the methods for sure.
And I kind of prompted you. I was like, "You've already heard gunfire. You got to get to Abner." So that's the time
That is
gun
when you
comes
do.
out.
Okay.
Yep.
'Cause I know we had talked in Tennessee how you can't.
Yeah. This is a
brandish-
little bit different because
But when, if you've heard it
Yep.
and you know there's.
yeah, and we'll talk in the classroom. We got to think about other armed citizens and things like that. But I don't want to add any more complexity into this scenario.
Gotcha.
So
Yeah.
good. You did
Thank you, Shane.
excellent. You're
Appreciate it.
welcome.
Fucking told you.
Hey,
you should leave me alone.
Remember, you gotta go. Yep, keep going.
Hey, well, you didn't do anything.
Hey, put the gun
Who
down.
the fuck are you?
All right. Good. Don't be so quick to put it in the holster. Remember, we got a whole other world out there.
Yeah.
Okay, you don't see anything. Okay, he's not a threat anymore. He's out of play. Those guys are blatantly dead because of where their shots are. This guy's screaming and hollering, and his right arm, where there's blood on the blanket, is spurting blood out all over the place.
Right arms?
Yep, the arm is that you're looking at.
This arm, this
Yep.
right arm. Okay.
And you see blood trickling down his shirt and all that.
Hey, sir, I'm gonna help you out, okay?
Okay.
All right.
Ow, would you not bend my arm like that? It doesn't go that way.
Okay, I'll try not to, all right?
It does now.
Jesus, who are you?
I'm a friend.
You're a friend. I don't know you.
I'm gonna help you out. Well, I'm your friend today. How about that? We're gonna be good friends after this.
You sure?
I am sure.
What's your name?
My name is Justin.
Justin?
Yeah.
How are you?
Okay.
I'm Ezekiel.
Ezekiel? Okay.
Yeah.
Like from the Bible?
Yeah, like from the Bible.
Okay.
Are you a Bible person?
I am.
What church you go to?
I go to a good one.
Yeah?
Yep.
Which one is that?
The one where they read the Bible.
The one where they read the Bible. Is that the name of it? The
Yep.
church where we read the Bible?
That's it.
All right, you got bleeding control on that one. He's talking that his leg is hurting him, and
Okay.
you got what you got there.
Yep. Oh, there's an injury there. We have some wound packing stuff. All right, I'm gonna.
What are you doing to my leg?
Well, hopefully I'm gonna stop it from bleeding.
Wow, I hope you do something. Jesus.
Is there another tourniquet here somewhere?
And there's no other trinket. It's just like the kit that I have in the
Okay.
classroom where you carry on your person. Ow, what are you doing?
I'm trying to stop the bleeding. You're
You
bleeding.
sticking your finger in it?
Yeah, you got a hole
That
in
hurts.
it.
That don't make no sense to me. Are you sure you know what you're doing? Are you a doctor?
I am about as close to a doctor as you're gonna see for a while.
Well, I ain't paying this medical bill.
Okay.
Ow, that hurts.
Yes, it does. Okay.
Good Lord.
Yeah.
Do you know that song, Jesus Loves Me?
Yeah.
You want to sing it with me?
Not today, but you go right ahead.
I don't remember the words.
Okay.
I love how they double bag those suckers.
I do.
I'm not gonna keep looking forever. I'm gonna go straight to where I know people are, and they're gonna fucking tell me, because you didn't tell me. Where is he? There he is!
Good. Somebody told me there was one in the chamber.
That's okay. It happens sometimes, right? Don't put it away yet. Okay. So sometimes we don't load one in the chamber. So what do? We step offline, right? We tap the rack, and then we see if we need to engage again, right? So you racked it. It was good, but we stood right there. We don't want to get in a gunfight. Just look at it. Okay. Now remember, we got a whole other world around us too. So do your scans quickly. All right. You don't see any other threats. Okay. He's out of play. He's down. You did have good hits on him. Okay. Those guys are obviously dead, and this guy's over here screaming on that arm where the blood is, the closest one to you, that is spurting out all over the place. He is asking for help. Hey man, what are you doing?
Tourniquet?
Yeah, I'm him talking to you.
Oh, trying to save your life, dude.
Dude, who are you?
Innocent
You're what?
bystander trying to help you.
An innocent bystander. Are you a doctor?
No.
Then you know what you're doing? All right, you get bleeding control there. Hey, he's hollering that his leg hurts, and you have what you have there. Are you gonna help me, man?
I'm trying.
My
Hang in
leg
there.
really hurts. Oh, Jesus, what did you do?
It's gonna hurt, so hang on.
You're only gonna get so much
That's
in there.
it?
Yep. So take the rest of that stuff and ball it up. Put it on top, get a whole bunch in the package still. And then push down, pressure hard on that, and now get your other bandage. And if you can't hold it with your hand and he can't help you, you can take that knee that you're kneeling on his ankle and shin width and put it where your hand is if you need both hands. It ain't pleasant for the person, but that's a good way to get. How much you weigh, sir?
Shit, 180 pounds.
180 pounds of twisted steel and sex appeal. That puts quite a bit of pressure down onto that wound. Doing a good one. Stop the screen just for a second. Bring it to the assistant. There you go.
the right way?
Yep, you got it. You're good. I'm just gonna get rid of this for you. Just go right over the top of that. Spread the elastic band out and go right over the top of that piece of plastic that's there. As you pull the elasticity out and go over top of it again, it should be pushing down onto the wound.
Okay.
If you have some problem like that, just roll it back on itself and pick up a piece and jam it
So you
underneath.
remember?
Yeah.
Okay.
The elasticity will hold it in otherwise. Okay. And then make sure, so you got bleeding control there. Okay. You want to go back and check, is there still bleeding control on the tourniquet? And then we would go to do a head to toe check and make sure that there's nothing else that's going on. As you're doing that, you hear law enforcement come in, show me your hands, get on the ground, and complete. Scene done. Good job, man. Hey, just remember, when we go to pack, you identified where it was, you got your packing material out, and you just start jamming it in there with thumbs. Remember?
I was using my finger.
That's okay. Nope. Well, they were fingers, but they were thumbs. But remember, get your finger in there, start pressure on where it's bleeding, and then feed it over the top.
You should have just given me your money, man. That's all I wanted, is I wanted some money, and now it costs you everything for just a few bucks.
You got a big wall.
Now I'm gonna get the money anyway,
Yep.
and you didn't
can
get
hear 'em, but
anything
you
out
don't
of it.
see anything. Now you.
What do you want?
Stop!
You better stay.
Good. He's not a threat. Remember the rest of the world. Remember, there could be other people out there, so we got to do threat scans. He's not in play anymore. Those guys are obviously dead because of where they shot. This guy's hollering. That arm that's closest to you, you see bright red blood squirting out of it. And there should be blood on the shirt. Okay? It should be right here. And he's hollering at you, who are you?
I'm here to help.
You're here to help.
I'm here to help.
You a doctor?
No, I'm not. But I'm here to help until you get one.
Well, I'm glad somebody's here to help. What's your name?
My name's Maria. What's your name?
Ezekiel.
Ezekiel.
Yeah.
Do you know what today is?
I don't know.
How many fingers am I holding up, Ezekiel?
72.
72,
All right,
almost.
you got bleeding control there. Okay, now he's complaining about his leg.
And I don't have another tourniquet, right?
There's what you got, what's in the bag, which is just like the kit that I showed in the classroom that I carry.
All right, Ezekiel, just hang tight for
My
me,
leg
all right?
really hurts. My leg really hurts.
Does it?
Yep. Can you do something about it?
Hey, Ezekiel, do you have any kids at home?
No.
No
You want to
kids?
make kids with me?
Are you married?
No.
No, you got a girlfriend?
You?
I'll be your girlfriend,
Woo-wee.
Ezekiel.
It's a good day.
Oh, yes, it is a good day, isn't it?
Remember, put your finger in there first, find where the bleeding is, and then follow it in and start to put pressure on it.
Hey, Ezekiel,
Yeah?
what's your favorite color?
What's my favorite color? Chartreuse.
What color is that?
That's like a combination of colors.
Oh, I like combinations of colors.
That's what my V-Ride has got.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's chartreuse.
All right, what kind of car you drive?
Told you, the B-Ride.
Oh, the B-Ride.
Yeah, it's a Cadillac.
Cadillac, that's right.
You want to go for a ride?
Yes, I do. Is it a convertible?
Heck yeah, it's a convertible.
Oh, we can get in there and let our hair blow in the wind, can't we?
I got hydraulics and everything.
Oh, so we can go with the up and down, and
Yeah.
3 wheels. Do you have a bunch of friends you do that with?
Nah, nobody likes me.
Why does nobody like you? I like you, Ezekiel.
I don't know. Well, I'm glad you like me. You be my friend.
I will be your friend.
Yes. Awesome. It's a
We
good
will go
wheel.
ride.
Dude, but just ball it up on top. Now just grab it all, ball it on top. Very
Will you
nice
let us
use
open
here.
all this stuff?
It's a pain in the hind end, isn't it?
Are there shears?
Nope.
Ezekiel, how long you had your car?
Oh, I had it for about 57 years.
57 years.
Yep.
So it's a classic, huh?
Heck yeah, just like me.
Oh, this sucks.
What's up?
Classic like you. What's up? It's raining outside.
Raining outside.
It is. Damn it, Ezekiel. I can't tear stuff with my teeth very well.
We want to be careful with that, especially if we're dealing with other people's blood, but I'm a realist and I know
I'm trying to
sometimes
figure out
we
how to
do
open
that.
this.
So take your knee and put it up on that. Well, if you don't want to get your blood on your pants, but we can take our knee to put pressure so we got both hands.
You know what? This just really put my mind into perspective. Is how the fuck am I
I'm
gonna
gonna
open
help you
this?
with this. I know I'll use my teeth.
In a real situation, I'd probably use my teeth.
I know
but
you
I
would.
can't, like, I can't even eat an apple.
But I'm here to help.
What are you doing this weekend, Ezekiel?
What do you want to do?
What do you want to do? I want to go for a ride.
Well, we're gonna go for a ride. Then maybe we go play some video games.
Yeah, what kind of video games you like?
I like Pitfall.
Pitfall.
Yeah.
Are you good at it?
Yeah, I'm good at it.
How often do you play it?
Pretty much all day, every day.
All day, every day.
Yep.
Is there a character on there? I don't know much about it. Tell me about it.
Yeah, that's like the latest Lost Ark guy. You know that dude?
No, I don't know that dude. Tell me about it.
That's Indiana Janet.
Oh, all right.
If you get to the point where you can't
Secure it,
reach
tuck
that,
it.
yep. Come back, roll it back up, and then take it and put it underneath one of the lower layers of the
Just tuck it in.
elastic band. Yep.
Hey, Ezekiel.
There we go. Good. You got bleeding control there. Okay. Go up and check. Make sure your tourniquet's still good. That he's not trying to take that sucker off, and it is doing that.
Oh.
You hear law enforcement
Yeah.
come in. Show me your.
Yes, and I'll leave.
You got to go out.
But if you don't tell me, I'm finishing this shit right here and right now. Where is she? Do you know where she is?
Stop!
Don't forget, you got the rest of the world. Good, good, good. Take a deep breath. Kenny's out of play. Okay, yep, you can holster. There's no other threats. Those guys are obviously dead due to their wounds. This guy is hollering on his arm up there where you see the blood. There's blood spurting out. He's hollering. So that one up there. You go, blood spurting out. It doesn't actually spurt out. I'm telling you, it's spurting out. Your medical stuff is right by your right knee. It represents the same thing I keep in my pocket kit and tourniquet. Hey man, what are you doing? What's your name?
Hey, I'm Ron.
Ron, how are you?
Good. You're gonna be okay. You're gonna be okay. I got
Are you sure?
Yeah, you're gonna be fine.
What are you doing to me?
I'm applying a tourniquet. It looks like you're bleeding. Looks like an
Why did
arterial
that guy
bleed.
shoot me?
I don't know, man, but I'm gonna take care of you. You're gonna be fine.
Okay. The bleeding stops. There you go. Let it go back the other way. Go ahead and put your securing Velcro on. No, that right there, the white one. There we go. You got it. Take a deep breath for me. Let it out. Excellent. He's complaining about his leg.
What do you got going on with your leg?
I don't know, man. I think he shot me.
I see blood.
That's a bandage. The other one is packing.
Looks like I need another tourniquet,
So
possibly.
you don't have another tourniquet. And he's bleeding all over the place. You don't have time to improvise one. Good breathe. Go. Remember, find where the bleeding originates from and then pack on top. Excellent. It doesn't have a real defined thing to it. You're only going to be able to get so much in there because that thing's only so deep. So once you get to that point, once it's all packed and full, just ball everything else up and put it on top. Yep, a bag inside of a bag. Got it, good. If you need to, we can put a knee on it. It's not comfortable for the person. And you don't have to do that to not get any more blood on you, but we can put a knee on it on top of that packing material. That generates a whole bunch of pressure. There we go. Ah, that hurts, man.
You're gonna be okay. We gotta stop this
Are you
bleeding.
sure? I don't think you know what you're doing.
I've been trained by the best.
Ladder will get you everywhere. They put these in for improve, so you can pack both sides. They put this in that whole room, but they stopped doing it because it's just such a pain in the rear. All they do is get in the way more than anything.
I've never seen one like this.
These are pretty old. I had to get pretty heavy back into my stock to get that. So actually Monday an order at NARP is going in. So if you want anything from North American Rescue Products, let me know. I'll just throw it on the order. Doing great, man. Good. Try and spread out that elastic band a little bit. There you go. Now pull it up with both hands. There we go. Got a nice wide swath of pressure there. Pretty bandage is a happy bandage. Now if that gets to the point where you can't get it and use those clips, yeah, tuck it under. There you go. There you go. Tuck it and you're good. Everything else is putting pressure on it. Excellent. Okay, you got bleeding control there. Okay, come on up and check that tourniquet. Make sure he wasn't messing with it. Okay, you still have bleeding control there. As you're doing that, and then we would go and check everything else, make sure we don't have anything. You hear law enforcement, hey, show us your hands, get underground, blah, blah, blah. But you don't have to get underground. All right, it's over. Hey, good job, man. Thanks. Okay. Good job dealing with him. But think about it, you know, you came in, you've already heard shots. He's obviously shot some people. Okay. He turns around with a gun at you. Okay. Are we justified in shooting him?
If he turns around with a gun, yes.
Yeah. He already shot other people.
Yeah.
And so he's obviously not, you know, a good person because he's shot people. So could we justify engaging him while his back is turned to us?
If he looks like he's about to shoot someone, yes.
Yeah, absolutely. Third-party intervention, right? And because this is obviously an active shooter. But definitely when he turns, there was some hesitation. He turned with the gun and you just kind of both stood there and looked at each other for a second. And so, you know, remember we want to get offline as much as we can, engage him quickly. When we see him turning, be on him. If it was me when I came in, I'd probably shoot him as, you know, the gun, if the gun wasn't already out because of the scenario. Okay, so I heard gunshots, my family's on the other side. Now, we do have to be careful because there are probably other armed citizens like us and we don't have good guy shirt on, okay? But that's for other stuff, you know, but for the scenario. But my gun would probably been out, I probably would have shot him as soon as I came around and saw that he was actually a threat. Yeah. Otherwise, it's a good job, man.
It was so much to process when I first walked in.
It is.
It's like, what am I doing here?
Yeah, yeah. Did you like it though?
It was good. Yeah.
Good, you did excellent.
Thank you.
All right.
Good job.
Cool. All right, let's go, Keith.
And now you've suffered for it. And everybody else is suffering because of you, you stupid motherfucker. I'm going to get more people, and it's all your fault. I'm going to go get them
Remember,
now.
you got to go out into it.
I'm coming for you. Hold your neck.
Good. Okay, he's down. He's non-responsive. Good. You don't see anybody else. Excellent. This guy, or those two guys
You
over
okay?
there are obviously dead. This guy's
You okay?
hollering and screaming, and he's got bright red stuff spewing out of the arm that has blood on it. I can't actually make it spew, but it's spewing blood. Bright red blood spewing out of the arm that has blood on it. So go up there and figure out which.
This guy.
Yep.
Okay.
Those guys are dead. He executed them.
Hey, you okay?
Okay.
All right, I see you. Hey,
See it?
hold
Okay,
on.
so that's spurting out, and he's like,
shoot.
"My arm is killing me.
Yeah.
Dude, do something."
I got you,
Who
brother.
are you?
I got you. Hold on 1 second.
Who are you?
Hey, I'm Don. I'm gonna be here. I'm gonna try to help you out real quick.
Don,
You'll be okay.
Do you know what the heck you're doing?
What? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I'm gonna try to help you as
sure?
much as I can.
Are you
Just
a
I want you to
doctor?
breathe real quick. I am.
I'm breathing. I'm talking to you.
I'm working. I'm working for you. Hold on 1 second. Give me a
Okay.
moment. All right. This might hurt a little bit. Well, it's gonna hurt.
Well,
So
at least
just
you
hold
told
on.
me.
I know. Just hold on. Hold on, sir.
Oh, that does
Hold
hurt.
on. Hold on. I gotta stop.
All right, the bright red
All
bleeding.
right. Hold on real quick.
Go ahead and secure it.
All right. Right on. Good.
All right, now he's complaining that his leg hurts.
All right. Hold on, buddy.
And you
Hey.
got what you got there. You don't see anything. There's nobody else around. Good.
All right.
That's all you got. The same thing that I got
Okay.
in my kit that I keep in my pocket.
Ah, shoot.
And it's doing exactly what it's doing, Donnie.
All right.
It's just kind of trickling out there.
All right. Gotcha.
Can we get some pressure on that? Maybe keep some of that red stuff going
All right,
on
hold
the
on
inside.
1 second.
There you go.
That's the wrong one. Okay.
You got it.
Sorry, buddy.
Good awareness. Yeah, he's
My
still
apologies,
talking
man.
to you.
Just hold on.
Good awareness. There we go. Excellent. It's almost like you've been in dangerous situations before.
Hey, buddy.
Yeah, man.
Hey, talk to me. Talk to me.
What
How you doing?
Talk about? What do you
Hey,
want to talk about?
where you from?
Where am I from? I'm from where I'm at.
Where you? Right on. All right, hey, buddy. Man, sorry this happened to you, man. Hey, I got the guy.
You got him?
You know, yep, I got him.
Good. That son
All
of a bitch.
Yep.
Ooh, that hurts my leg.
I know. Hold on, buddy. Hold on. I'm gonna put some more pressure.
Woo, buddy, that hurts.
Yep. I know.
Man, I don't know how much I like
We're
you.
gonna
I was
work.
going to ask you to be my friend. Do you want to be my friend?
I want to be your friend.
I don't want you to be my friend. 'cause
Oh,
you keep
man.
hurting me.
But check this out, brother.
Yeah?
You owe me a beer.
Well, I tell you what, you fixing me up right good.
It has to be a good beer.
Okay, I'll buy anything you want. As long as it's slip malt liquor, Colt 45, or Old Style.
Right on. Right on. All right.
Beautiful. All right, you got control there, obviously. Okay. We want to come up, Donnie, make sure, check this tourniquet, because while we're down there working, make sure that he's not fumbling with that. Okay. Very good muzzle awareness. You still have control there.
Good. Okay.
You hear police coming in shouting, put your hands up, get on the ground.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, but we want to comply. You don't have to get on the ground.
All right.
Okay, and index.
All right. Cool.
Nice job, man.
Well done, sir.
That was awesome. I ain't got nothing for you. I got
Hey, thank you.
nothing for you.
Cool.
So,
Awesome. Right on,
good,
man.
good
Thank you.
job.
Thank you.
Good job, Don.
All right, well, I'm gonna make some more blood.
I told you, motherfucker, I was gonna be famous, and now it's happening. I got
I'm not part of the equation.
1, 2, 3. I'm gonna keep going. I'm gonna go get me some more. He's gonna be number 4. Is it gonna be your friend?
Drop the gun!
It's gonna be-
There you go. Okay, you see no other threats. No other threats. He is out of play now. He's done? Okay, yep. And this guy's over here hollering. You see bright red stuff, there's bleeding on his sleeve and it's spurting out all over the place.
It's spurting out of from.
Wherever you see the blood.
Okay, crap. Oh, Tony.
I just can't make it spurt.
I got you.
Tell me where it hurts. Right here?
Yeah, it hurts everywhere, man. Who are you?
I'm helping you out. I'm your guardian angel today, man. I got you.
You're my guardian angel?
Yes, sir. We're going to get this tourniquet on you so you stop bleeding right there, all right?
Okay, do you know what you're doing?
Yes, I do, man. I'm well trained in this type of shit. It's all I do all day long. Where else you hurting at, man?
My leg.
Oh, your leg. Oh, shit, your legs hurting. Let me get it.
And now you got what you got on that one. Oh, shit. He's like, man, my leg is hurting.
I can open this stuff up?
You can open that stuff up. The greenish one is the packing gauze.
Gotcha.
It's just a different package. Man, I feel like I'm all leaky on my leg.
You are leaky and shit. They didn't let me bring my knife in here, man. So.
Every reason I make, aside from the safety stuff for yourself too, when if people like to whip their knife out and either put it in their hand or they put it into the person. There you go, good.
Yeah. That ball going.
Nice.
How you doing there, baby?
I'm doing okay.
Hang in there,
man. I think you do know what you're doing.
I do know what I'm doing, man. I'm doing this. I was trained by Shane Kerwin. You know who that is?
Oh, I heard of that.
Yeah, man. It's a brilliant guy, man.
Wasn't he the guy in that cowboy movie?
Yeah, that was him, I think, man.
I think he had a toothpaste named after him too.
How did everybody else do these damn things?
Everybody's having a hard time with those. Just go over the H part. Just use it as an ace wrap and get that good tight pressure on there.
Oh.
So one of the things we can do at Keel, if we're having problems with it, if we can get him to put pressure on it and help us out, that's great.
How about that? If you put your hand over there, that'll help me out, man.
Or if not, jump over to the other side and put a knee on top of it while you're doing stuff with your hands.
Oh, good.
Let them know, like, hey, that's probably gonna hurt.
Gonna hurt you a bit, man, but we're gonna get you so you don't bleed to death here. You don't want to die here, do you?
Good thing, thank you.
Nope. Nice and tight. All right, anything else, man?
You got bleeding control there. Okay, now we want to come up and want to check this tourniquet again because, he's been hollering and stuff. Make sure he ain't messing with it. Okay, you still have bleeding control there.
Yep.
You hear law enforcement coming in. Show me your hands, get on the ground. All right, we comply. You don't have to get on the ground. All right, and index. Nice.
Oh, yeah, index.
Index. Good.
Thanks, cool.
What'd you think?
It was nice.
Good.
Love it. That came out of cop days. That came from nowhere. Literally, old motor programs.
Yep.
Stay with you.
Yes, they do. Yes, they
when
do.
When you waved around, I saw the sight a little. Was it a decent hit?
I told him if it wasn't a good hit, he wasn't going to go down.
All right,
so.
I thought it was a decent hit.
Yep.
I actually saw the sight on that one, but I don't know what the fuck I said. But it sounded like something from 1990s Buffalo.
You did. Why were you gonna? Now I prompted you. I told you don't forget your skins.
Right.
You remembered, but you almost forgot.
I almost forgot it. Yeah, I was it.
And I started to open my mouth. But my question to you is, then when you were here, why'd you go to put the gun on the ground?
Because I didn't want to holster it based on what you said earlier. And I wasn't sure exactly what I was going to do next. And then you said, there's a guy hurt, he's out.
Okay.
Because I was going to get ready for the cops to come. And then you said, all right, he's out, you need to render aid. That's when I got closer and put it down.
That's what I kind of thought. I just wanted to double check.
I just didn't want to try to holster while I was still...
We see some weird stuff sometimes with it, so I just want to see where your train of thought was. If it was
I was going to do, holster. I said, no, Shane, this is, I try to do it how the instructor said. That was a good idea. My hands will be shaking. Let me just put it down somewhere so, after I make sure that there's nobody else. And I like to move something you can't do on a square range, which is actually, instead of standing in the same place and scanning, if I can take this space and I can see what's going on around me.
Yeah.
So I tried to do that.
Yeah, no, that was great. Okay. That was great. This stuff is all good. The only thing that I will say with this is, now I've got all these different bandages.
That's ugly.
So I've had to tell just about everybody since we get going. try and spread it out. It doesn't. You don't have to cover all the white sterile stuff or whatever.
Right.
And they put a big absorbent thing on this, so it actually folds out. It folded out when you folded it out.
Okay.
But like as we go around, if we can spread it out, and you did the same thing that most people do. They get that out and they start shaking it, and it's all rolled up.
Gotcha.
So
Keep it like that.
Yeah, we get that on there, and if we keep it rolled, that'll give you a nice wide swath as we go around.
And I probably should have, if I could do it again, I'd have went on that side and get myself, instead of reaching over and all that, I would have went around.
And that's why I gave you that little thing, like, hey, maybe you can get over there and like put a knee on it or something like that. So
for the clue.
Yeah.
For the assist.
Yeah, that's what we're here for. Excellent. All right. We're unsure if Kenny was the bad person. Okay, we got one. Maybe two.
Still going through my head.
Okay. How many people? Everybody knew Kenny was talking, right? Did anybody hear what he said?
Yep.
Nice souvenir.
You know what he said? How about you?
I remember hearing him talk, but I cannot recall, and it seemed to be hostile, what he was saying.
Yep. So his intent was there. Go ahead.
I was going to say, I don't remember specifically what he said, but I recall issuing him a command to drop the gun, and then he pointed at me, at which point he was absolutely a threat, regardless of whether he was initially the bad guy or not.
Yep. So he was in there, and it was pretty much the same. I didn't give him a script, but I told him to cuss a little bit, and this, that, and the other. He cussed, and he started counting. He's like, you're 1, you're 2, you're 3, who's going to be next?
Yeah.
And a couple people, he said, you're number 4, just to kind of get you to do something.
Mm-hmm.
So he was clearly the bad guy. But with that, though, I'm glad that people are thinking about that, because we're not the only people that are walking around armed out in society. Okay? And that would be an added complexity. If you find yourself in a circumstance like that, or if we put it into a scenario, there could be other people that are armed just like us, and they don't need to be shot just because they got a gun. Okay? So that's where it adds a lot of complexity to this. That was a relatively simple scenario. It might not seem like it because we had med play there, but it was a relatively simple scenario. But think about that then in context out in the world. If it really was a Walmart and your family was on the other side of it and you hear gunshots and then you come up on somebody you're trying to get to your family, there's 3 people that are obviously on the ground and you got somebody that has angry intent or hostile intent. Hey, what do we do? Or what if it's we come in there not saying anything?
Right.
We got a guy pointing a gun down there, and the person that was laying on the ground, hollering and screaming, was actually the bad guy. Now that was the armed citizen, or they wrestled the gun away after he killed the 2 other people. So it's a lot of stuff to think about.
Like, what do you do?
It's hard. We established an experiential base so that there's normalcy in certain things, or that we have a basis understanding of it, so that, and we practice enough that we get into a subconscious level of automaticity. So like the gun handling and movement and applied tactics and that we don't have to think about, free up our conscious brain to be able to, those new things that are in there, critically think and solve the problem. So at the end of it, how we ended the scenario, what did I say after everybody went up and checked the tourniquet? I said, hey, you might be messing with it. Hey, what was the next pretty much thing out of my mouth?
You hear law enforcement arrival?
Yep, and they come up, show me your hands, get on the ground. Most of you complied. Okay, so that's this last part that we're going to go into here. Okay, I'm going to not breeze through this, but I'm going to try and get through it semi-rapidly because we have covered a lot of points as we've been going on through the curriculum over the 2 days. Okay, but this is transitioning from the fight part to the post-fight part and dealing with law enforcement. So our post-fight protocols, physiological responses for us and how they work in with the bad people because they're susceptible to the same things that we are. Okay, and then our law enforcement interaction. What I'd really like to do, if I could do whatever, I'd have a lot more role players, and I would actually have one of the local law enforcement come in that you have to interact with them after the fact. Maybe in the future. Like I said, this class is still developing. So we're going to talk about that transition, like I said, this, physiological and psychological responses, law enforcement interaction, some of the civil and criminal repercussions that can happen with us. Okay, so you all have heard me talk about these post-shooting protocols, and I've referred to it as the Wyatt or the FAST protocol. So just kind of a refresher for everybody. Okay, so it's FAST and 4 T's if you haven't been educated on it before. The first one is a fight. We've been talking about that. Remember, is there lethal force justified as the preamble, but that is a third-party intervention, which can get, this would be considered third-party intervention unless that was our family there, and that is a very gray area. It can be a very slippery slope. Okay. We're not going to get too far into it here, though, but I want you to think about that, because some states it's legal, some states it's illegal. As far as I know, correct me if I'm wrong, in the state of Tennessee, we do have third-party intervention, am I correct? Okay. But do we want to interject ourselves into that, into a situation that we might not have full information on? Okay. Because it could be, like I said, the bad guy is the guy on the ground bleeding, and it's an armed citizen that's standing there with a gun, and we think, oh, there's an active shooter going on, and I jump into it and I shoot the wrong person. Okay. Every time we press the trigger, okay, when it's warranted to shoot, we should be, as the gun goes through cycle function and cycle recoil, assessing our work through our sights. Did I get the desired effect? Do I need to engage again? And we are ready to do that if it is warranted. Okay. If not, then we move into our scans for additional threats. This is a good time to take a deep breath. Okay. The first couple people that went through, I didn't say anything about it. I gave them a prompt while we were in the scenario. Everybody else, I kind of cheated a little bit and gave them a reminder. Hey, don't forget, just because there's one bad guy, if there's one, think 2. If there's 2, think 3. We need to scan around, make sure there's no other threats. So what else does the scan do for us? You guys just did all this medical stuff, right? It calms you down, it breaks the tunnel vision, those physiological effects that are happening. But also we get information. If we look and we see, yeah, there's no other threats, but is somebody injured? Okay. We gather a lot of information just as we come in. Okay. I'm sure a lot of you didn't even process what else was going on, because there was 2 other people that were shot there. I said that they were dead, but probably about 75% of the people, after the bad guy was taken out of the scenario, didn't even pay any attention to them. Okay. I said in the background, they're obviously dead because we can see where the blood is. Kenny, good job. Oh, he's not in here. I didn't put the blood on. He did a great job there. Okay. I said be aware of other armed citizens. We are not the only ones out there as gun toters. Okay. Now these T's can go in any order. Some of them might happen concurrently. Okay, top the gun off if you have the ability to do it. Okay, we just fired some rounds. We don't have the ability to count how many rounds are there. Okay, so get behind cover if we have the ability, top it off. Okay, take cover if we haven't done so already. Okay, an appropriate time to call 911. I heard one person in there go, "Hey, Abner, call 911." So that was great. Abner wasn't part of the scenario, but at least we were thinking. So your fist pump and I did awesome. You did it to somebody that wasn't there. Okay. And then trauma. We need to do a head-to-toe assessment on us to make sure that we're not shot, because we're in an adrenalized state. We might not know that we're injured. Okay, and then we check other people. All right. So just like I talked about with our mental checklist for the medical thing, it's important for us to have a mental checklist for the post-shooting protocols, because it keys us in. I'm going to use you as an example because we talked about it in there. Remember yesterday we were talking about scanning and how or very rarely does anybody do it. I specifically talked to Ak about it, and I was like, hey, don't forget that if you engage, okay, check around. And we just talked about what happened when we went in initially, Ak. At first I did. Yeah. And I was getting ready to say something as it come out of my mouth, then it popped into his head. So those mental checklists are important, because even something like this, yeah, it's a scenario, but we're in a controlled environment. We know nobody's going to die, nobody's going to get hurt if we do all our safety protocols correctly in that. But we still get amped up. How many people were a little amped when we went in there? There is always someone out there training to hurt you or hurt the people that you care about and take away the things that you love. They might not know that it's you, but they're getting ready for it, and you might be the person that they choose. We have to be as prepared as we possibly can so we can come out on top, come out without going to jail, and go home to the people that we care about. Because the bad guys will control the time and the place. The only thing that we have control over is how well prepared we will be. Okay? You guys have taken many steps down the path of mastery of being an armed citizen by the last 2 days. Always vigilant, always be prepared. I'll leave you on this. If we make ourselves sheep, the wolves will eat us. Benjamin Franklin. I think that's a profound statement. If we try and stick our head in the sand and pretend it's not going to happen, or that I'm a good person and nobody's going to target me, we'll be ill prepared for the day when it happens. Even though statistically extremely low, okay, statistics mean absolutely nothing when it's happening to us. All right, y'all. That concludes Armed Citizens Encounter, Tactical Anatomy, Trauma, and Treatment. Thank you very much for coming. We really appreciate it. I hope you got something out of it, at least a little bit. I hope you never have to use anything that we have shown you here.
Amen.
But hope isn't a good strategy. So if you do, later on down the road, if you wouldn't mind, we'd like to hear about it. Because, you know, we try to build this curriculum and we continue to update it. And as we get experiences that people have, you know, does this thing work or does it not? We can go ahead and update it if you call and, you know, and talk to us and debrief us, or we get together or what have you.
Where can we leave a review for you at?
We have, so Callie will be posting a bunch of pictures on social media, Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, and then we have Google reviews also, so you can do a review at any of those if you'd like. It helps us out, it gets the word out there, and talking to other people, if you liked it or didn't like it, either helps us get students or not. So. But I won't stop you from your opinion. So if you think it was horrible and you want to post it on social media, by all means, go ahead. That's okay. If you think it was good and you want to say something nice, that helps us out too. So with that, I'm going to stop flapping my gums so everybody can get on the road. I don't do a fancy ceremony or anything, but we'll hand out the certificates with it through the medical portion that we did. That also meets the requirement for the nationally recognized Stop the Bleed. So you get a Stop the Bleed certificate also with it. It's good for, I think it's 12 months if I remember, because I'm certified Stop the Bleed instructor. So I'll go and hand these out. Justin?
Yay, I graduated.
Da, 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 da.
Abner. Both of them there.
Always a pleasure.
Thank you, my friend. Ronnie.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. You did awesome.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm proud of you.
All right, so now that you've seen the video, and you have, and I hope that you've stopped it, you've backed it up, you've looked at things over and over again. I know that you're going to see what I saw, or at least those of you who have a level of education are going to see, my wife did really, really well, and I'm very proud of her. Was it the last? Oh no, it was the Running Man thing. Mm-hmm. When she got her gun out, she cleared her hoodie and goes, and I hear this of her gun coming out of the holster. Guys, I'm not gonna lie to you. When she finished that drill, I was fighting tears. I was proud of her.
I love this man. So, I'm not sure where you were going with that, but, I mean, other than to say you were proud of me, which was really
she needs to know. She needs to know how to take care of herself with a firearm.
Yeah, but, you know, I'm not always with him. When he's with me, he's my protector. I don't worry about, you know, I don't carry yet.
We're getting there.
I'm getting there, just not quite there yet, but
this bears noting, in Tennessee, when she wants to carry, she can just start carrying. It's better to have your carry permit because it gives you extra levels of stuff. But here in Tennessee, you can just choose to start carrying and start carrying.
I'm learning skills that will protect me and my kids if you know, if I'm alone and something goes sideways. But let me tell you, after doing all of the drills that we did, all I kept thinking is, please God, please never, hope I never have to be in a situation where this is for real. Because I knew the whole time that what we were doing was drill, was fake, was practice, but man, it was still a lot. And to actually have to be in a situation where it was for real would be a lot. I mean, it's terrible, you know, and I just pray that never happens. But it's good to have the knowledge in the case, you know, if it is the situation that I'm ever put into.
And the irony of it is, the brain, even though, it's really interesting, even though she knows it's fake, it's training stress, somehow there's a portion of the brain that doesn't get that it's training stress because you begin to hyperventilate. Funny thing was, at different points of the day, I would touch her and I could tell if she was stressed or comfortable based on her body temperature. What I found interesting was when we did the final scenario. I'm not going to show you everybody's because some people really didn't do well. There were conversations about things that occurred that are not going to be shared here because I don't want to disrespect people. It has to be being in an environment. You guys now know what the scenario was. So basically, you're in a Walmart, and she goes that way, and I go this way, and something pops off, and we have to find each other. And on the way to find each other, she come upon people who are down, shooter or shooters. Because the scenario has to be thought of from both her point of view and my point of view, which is why they're giving this to you individually, but they're also saying, remember, this is a moment in time for you, just like it's a moment in time for me.
For your loved one, yeah.
And so now she actually understands why whenever we go somewhere, I don't want to separate from her. Why whenever we park somewhere, I want to park out. Because I want to be able to clearly see who's around me when I get out of the vehicle, clearly who's around us when I put her in the vehicle. And every time that I put her in the vehicle, I touch the door pad, the synaptic pad, and I lock the vehicle. And I walk around to the driver's side, and when I open my door, only my door unlocks. Because in that brief period of time, something can change. And if someone suddenly bum rushes the vehicle to try to get in, they're going to find a locked door. They're going to find very heavy tint on the vehicle, and they're not going to be able to see her, to target her. And they are now going to be dealing with an armed, highly trained individual who's on his feet. When I lock the door and leave my wife in the vehicle, she knows that I'm armed, I'm mobile, and I will fight back to protect her life. But what I won't do is I won't draw fire toward her. She knows how to get the vehicle started and moving. There's a level of everyday things that you have to do that are irritating. I don't like always having to wear jeans. I don't like always having to wear these baggy shirts that I wear. But I have a Glock 17. Mine is, as you guys know, identical to this one. I have a Glock 17 that I have to hide. It's not an easy gun to hide, whether it's summer or winter. It's difficult to hide a gun that big. But I do it because this is my person. She's primary in my life. And I need to know that she knows enough of how to use the firearm that, God forbid something happens to me, she can get it off of me and defend herself and the kids. Or if we're completely separated from one another, she can use the firearms that are in the house. There are several. And she can defend herself and the kids. Is there anything you want to add in closing?
Yeah.
Share the final scenario. Anything you want to share?
Oh, yeah. So, again, it was tunnel vision. You know, I haven't had hours and hours and hours and hours and days of training. But I do know that when I do shoot on a range. She
does work in the public school system.
I have a lot of combat training, just not with firearms. Not really. But when you're on the range, you don't shoot willing. You know, you find your dot, you put your dot where you want the bullet to go, or based on
height over bore, mechanical offset. Yeah, she understands the thing. She doesn't understand the terminology. She understands mechanical offset.
But when you are in a high stress situation where you've got an actor playing the shooter who is swearing and shooting and pointing guns at people, or dummies on the ground that have blood all over them, and you walk into this scenario, I pointed my gun and I shot, but I didn't see a red dot. I didn't see, you know, it's so interesting how your vision just narrows, and you know.
And that was the scenario of day 2. At the beginning of the day, she had this gun because that was live fire. The end scenario, it was an airsoft gun without an optic, and the instructor told her about the hit that he took.
Oh yeah, he said if that had, you know, that would have gone right in, because the aim, he was offset, you know, he was at an angle to me, but where I hit him, he said that would definitely have penetrated a very crucial area. You know, it would have knocked me down.
One thing that 9mm does is penetrate. It's a really, really small, fast round, which is why I like 9mm.
Yeah. So, you know, after taking care of the shooter in this drill, we are then supposed to render aid to a downed citizen who has been injured in 2 places, and he is voiced by Shane. And so, even though it is a dummy, it's not a real person, we first have to handle a wound in the arm by with a tourniquet, and then we have to render render aid to a wound in the leg by packing and bandaging a wound. And the entire time you're doing this precious victim is talking to you about, and asking you questions, and
you
sure
are you married?
Are you married? You know, and it was interesting because I gave completely true information, and it just, you know, I was not excited. I'd never done anything like this before. I didn't know what to expect. I didn't have a canned fake answers already planned like Abner did and some of the other people did. You know, I was just like, yes sir, I am married, you know, whatever, you know, but it was interesting how not having this guy talk to me helped keep me calm to a certain degree, because I was having to access a different part of my brain to try to calm this guy down while I'm rendering aid.
Tanya's the speech pathologist, so she knows how the brain works under stress, where it draws language from.
And it's very interesting. It was interesting to me that it didn't, you know, I may in the future, you know, if I'm doing a class again like this, or if, you know, heaven forbid, I'm in an actual scenario like this, I may not give truthful information because I don't know who these people are and whatnot. I may, you know, tell some little white lies or whatever. But it was interesting how, you know, being able to humanize this dummy and while you're rendering aid is
fire department dummy or something.
Yeah.
It was a dragging dummy, so it had a lot of heft to it.
But you know what's funny is, in remembering that, I almost visualized it as a real person because of how Shane voiced it.
Shane does a really good job. It was good, and as you guys know, because when I video everybody's run. I'm able to take an aggregate of like everybody's run and see how well people are doing versus how not so well, I'm going to use that phrase, other people are doing. And because I've done this for so many years and I've watched the process, the pleasure that I get, that we have gotten out of this, is whenever we were going to dinner, whenever we were going to whatever, she'd be in the bathroom, which is just a few feet away from where I sit in my chair in our bedroom, and I'm editing this video, and I would crank the volume all the way up, and she would pause, and she'd go, oh yeah, and then she'd say, she would finish the sentence that Shane was going to say, and what was happening was the lessons were being driven in. Also because she took the effort to write. The process of writing does what to those
Well, it
lessons?
just helps your brain commit them to memory. The motor active writing, you know, is such a great tool for studying and learning.
Yep. So we hope you've enjoyed the video, and we hope that you've learned from it. And the main idea behind this video, and I shared this with Shane and Callie, was my goal is to get more women into training. We don't need range bunnies. We need women like Tanya. We need intelligent, responsible firearms owners who are women who are, because remember the days of the woman staying at home and caring for the children and the man just being, you know, just outside, whether that be, you know, several acres away, but the point is here, the wife could go out and ring a bell or hit the triangle to get his attention. Those days are gone. I'm sometimes miles and miles and miles away. Sometimes she's miles and miles away from home. And I need to know that she has the ability to, if she can gain access to a firearm, even when there's an event, even if there's an event happening, whether it be from an armed citizen or a bad guy, and a gun gets on the loose, and she can get her hands on that gun, she knows the basics of pointing a firearm, shooting a firearm, and working safely around a firearm. That's the point of this. You have to get out, you have to do the work. And as we're recording this last night, the strikes on Iran got started. So here we are. We know what we're looking at, because we're old enough to know what we're looking at. So, God bless you all. Thank you so much for watching. Get those guns out in practice. You want to add it?
Ditto.
Okay. Thanks, guys. Bye. Back to work.
No. Wash the dog.